Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. The July sun beat down on my neck as I adjusted my backpack straps. Sweat trickled down my spine, soaking into my already damp t-shirt. My hiking boots crunched against the rocky trail of the Eldorado wilderness. Beautiful country, but remote. That's why Danny and I had chosen it for our weekend trip, to get away from Sacramento's summer heat and the constant noise of the city. "How much farther to the camping spot?" Danny called from a few yards behind me. His red baseball cap was darkened with sweat around the edges. "Map says we're about a mile out," I replied, pausing to take a swig from my water bottle. "Should be near that creek we passed on our way up last year." The wilderness stretched around us, dense pine forests climbing up the hills on both sides of the narrow trail. The scent of sun-baked earth and pine needles filled my nostrils. Birds called overhead, and occasionally we'd hear the scurrying of small animals in the underbrush. We'd hiked for about 4 hours when I first noticed something felt off. The birds had gone quiet. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I slowed my pace, trying to identify what had changed. "You hear that?" I asked Danny, stopping completely. Danny halted beside me, his breathing heavy from the uphill climb. "Hear what, Mike?" I raised my hand, signaling for silence. Then it came again, a distinctive sound of something large pushing through the brush about 30 yards to our left, not the quick, light movements of a deer. This was deliberate, heavy. "That," I whispered. Danny's eyes narrowed as he focused on the sound. "Probably a bear. We should make some noise." Before I could respond, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Pure curiosity made me turn my head. I'll never forget what happened next. Just 15 feet away, through a gap in the trees, I locked eyes with something that stopped my heart for a beat. Yellow eyes. Not the amber brown of a bear, but sulphurous yellow, like jaundiced marble, set deep in a face that was unmistakably not human, yet not fully animal either. The creature stood partially obscured by a pine trunk, but I could see enough. Its body was covered in dark brown matted hair except for its face. The face had no hair at all, just stretched, leathery skin with a burgundy yellowish tint, like raw liver left in the sun. Below one yellow eye, a fresh cut oozed something dark. The wound looked recent, maybe from pushing through the thick brush. The stench hit me a second later, a wave of putrid odor like rotting garbage mixed with wet dog and something else I couldn't identify. Something musky and primal. My stomach lurched. "Danny!" I hissed, not taking my eyes off the creature. "Look left, slowly." Danny turned his head, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. "What the fuck is that?" The creature blinked once, then began to move away, pushing through the underbrush with surprising agility for its bulk. I'd estimate it stood around 5'9", not exceptionally tall, but solid, maybe 210 pounds of dense muscle. It moved with purpose, not the shambling gait I'd always imagined a Bigfoot would have. "Get the camera," I whispered urgently, already fumbling for my backpack's side pocket where I kept my digital camera. It was 2000, and the camera wasn't fancy, just a basic 2-megapixel Kodak that I'd splurged on for this trip. By the time I got the camera out and powered up, the creature had put another 20 feet between us, weaving between trees with deliberate movements. I snapped 3 photos in quick succession, but I knew they wouldn't show much, just a dark blur between tree trunks. What was that thing? Danny's voice had an edge I'd never heard before. My normally unflappable friend sounded genuinely rattled. "I don't know," I answered honestly, my own voice unsteady. But it wasn't a bear. We stood frozen for several minutes, waiting to see if it would return. The forest remained silent, except for our breathing. Eventually the birds began to call again, and the normal sounds of the wilderness resumed. "We should keep moving," Danny finally said. "Get to the campsite before dark." I nodded, though part of me wanted to turn back, head down the mountain and not stop until we reached my truck. But the logical part of my brain kicked in. We were already closer to our planned camping spot than to the trailhead. Going forward made more sense. We hiked the remaining mile in near silence, both scanning the trees constantly. I kept the camera in my hand, ready. But we saw nothing else unusual as we reached the small clearing by the creek that we designated as our campsite. The area was perfect for camping, flat ground near a clear running creek, with enough open space that we could see anything approaching. At least that's what I told myself as we set up the tent with shaking hands. "Let's get a fire going early," Danny suggested, gathering fallen branches from the edge of the clearing. I noticed he didn't venture into the actual tree line. Good idea. I pulled out my camp stove to start dinner. The routine tasks helped settle my nerves, but I couldn't shake the memory of those yellow eyes. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across our camp, I reviewed the photos on my camera's tiny LCD screen. Just as I'd feared, they showed almost nothing, dark shapes that could be anything. In one, there was a vague outline that might be a shoulder and part of a head, but nothing clear enough to prove what we'd seen. "Anything?" Danny asked, looking over my shoulder. I shook my head. "Nothing useful." "Maybe that's for the best," he muttered, poking at the fire with a stick. "People would think we're crazy anyway." We ate our dehydrated camping meals in silence, both lost in thought. The fire crackled, sending sparks upward to meet the emerging stars. In other circumstances, it would have been peaceful. Tonight, each snap of a twig in the darkness made us both jerk our heads toward the sound. "So, what do you think it was?" Danny finally asked, scraping the last bits of reconstituted beef stew from his camp bowl. I took a swig from my water bottle, considering. "I don't know. It walked upright. It wasn't a bear. Could have been a guy in a costume." I shook my head. "No way. Did you smell it? And those eyes." I suppressed a shudder. "Nobody makes contact lenses that yellow." "Mountain lion with mange," Danny suggested half-heartedly. "On two legs? With a face like that?" He sighed. "I'm just trying to make sense of it, Mike. Join the club." We turned in around 10, both exhausted from the hike and the adrenaline crash that followed our encounter. The tent was small, just enough room for our sleeping bags side by side. I placed the camera and my flashlight within easy reach and zipped the tent flap closed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep wouldn't come. I lay there listening to the night sounds, the gentle gurgle of the creek, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustling of nocturnal creatures. Danny's breathing eventually deepened into sleep, but I remained wide awake, replaying the encounter in my mind. It must have been around midnight when I heard it. A deliberate crunching sound. Footsteps on the pine needles and twigs that surrounded our campsite. Heavy footsteps moving slowly around the perimeter of our clearing. I nudged Danny awake. "Listen," I whispered. He came to consciousness quickly, tensing as the sounds registered. "Deer," he mumbled, but there was no conviction in his voice. "That's no deer." The footsteps continued, circling our camp at a distance of maybe 30 yards. Occasionally there would be a pause, then the snap of a branch being broken, not accidentally stepped on, but deliberately broken. "It's testing us," I whispered, "seeing if we'll react." "Or it's a raccoon knocking around," Danny replied, but he was sitting up now, fully alert. I reached for the flashlight, but Danny caught my wrist. "Don't," he said. "If it is, whatever we saw earlier, let's not antagonize it." The footsteps continued for nearly an hour, sometimes drawing closer, sometimes retreating. At one point, I swear it was just outside our tent, close enough that I could hear heavy breathing and smell that same garbage stench seeping through the nylon walls. "Jesus," Danny whispered, his face pale in the dim starlight that filtered through the tent roof. You smell that? I nodded, throat too dry to speak. My hand clutched the flashlight so hard my knuckles ached. Something brushed against the side of the tent, not hard enough to collapse it, but a definite pressure that moved from one side to the other. The fabric bulged inward slightly with the contact. Neither of us moved. I don't think I even breathed. The touch lasted only seconds, then withdrew. The footsteps receded after that, moving back toward the tree line. But they didn't leave entirely. For the rest of the night I heard them, moving back and forth at the edge of our camp, watching us. "What do you think it wants?" Danny whispered after nearly 2 hours of this psychological torture. "I don't know," I replied honestly, "but I don't think it's hunting us. If it wanted to attack, it would have by now. So it's just curious? Maybe." I wasn't convinced myself. The deliberate nature of its movements suggested purpose, not mere curiosity. Around 4 a.m., the sky began to lighten imperceptibly, the stars fading as pre-dawn grey seeped into the eastern horizon. The footsteps had gone quiet about half an hour earlier. I'd been straining to hear them, wondering if the creature had finally left or just gone still. "I think it's gone," Danny whispered, voicing my thoughts. I nodded, though tension still gripped my muscles. "Let's wait for full light before we go out." We lay there, neither sleeping nor fully awake, as the forest gradually brightened around us. Birds began their morning calls. A squirrel chattered nearby. Normal sounds, safe sounds. When the sun finally crested the hills, casting golden light through the trees, we cautiously unzipped the tent and emerged into the cool morning air. I half expected to find our campsite destroyed, but everything was as we'd left it. The only evidence of our nighttime visitor was a series of tracks in the soft earth near the creek. Danny and I approached them cautiously. They were unlike any tracks I'd seen before, roughly foot-shaped but broader, with 5 distinct toe impressions. They measured about 13 inches long and 7 inches wide. Too big for a human, but not shaped like any bear print I'd ever seen. "We should make casts," I said, remembering something I'd read about Bigfoot researchers. Danny gave me a look like I'd lost my mind. "We should get the hell out of here is what we should do." Part of me wanted to argue, to document what we'd found, but the greater part, the part still vibrating with fear from our night of terror, agreed with him. We packed up camp in record time, not bothering with coffee or breakfast. The hike back down the trail passed in a blur of hypervigilance, both of us scanning constantly for yellow eyes or movement in the trees. We spoke little, conserving energy for speed. It was just past noon when we reached my truck, parked at the trailhead. I've never been so glad to see a vehicle in my life. We threw our packs in the bed and climbed in, doors locked, before allowing ourselves to relax even slightly. "Jesus Christ," Danny exhaled, leaning his head back against the seat. "What the hell was that, Mike?" I turned the key, the engine's rumble providing comforting evidence of civilization and technology. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I'm not sure I want to find out." As I pulled onto the Forest Service road that would lead us back to the highway, I checked my rear-view mirror one last time. The forest stood silent and innocent in the midday sun, revealing nothing of its secrets. But I knew. Something watched us from those trees. Something with yellow eyes and a face too human to be animal, yet too alien to be human. Something that had tracked us, tested us, and ultimately let us go. I've never returned to that particular spot in Eldorado County. Danny and I still go hiking, but we stick to popular trails now, places where other hikers are always within shouting distance. We don't discuss that July weekend often, but when we do, our stories haven't changed. We know what we saw, what stalked us through the night, and sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I catch a phantom whiff of that garbage stench, and my eyes snap open, searching the darkness for a pair of yellow eyes that I pray I'll never see again. Story 2. "I'll see you tomorrow," I said, ending the call with my supervisor, as I pulled into my driveway at the end of Karen Drive. The February evening settled around me, temperature dropping as the sun began its descent. I didn't get out of the car right away. The heat was still running, and it felt good after a long day at the office. I called Tammy instead. She'd been texting me all afternoon about her date the night before, and I needed the full details. I settled back in my seat, glancing automatically at the view that had sold me on this house 3 years ago. The pretty creek to the east and the woods behind my property. Across the stream stood the Jenkins place, their yard backing up to more woods. "So, you're not going to believe what he said next," Tammy was telling me, her voice crackling through my car speakers. I was half listening, my eyes drawn to movement across the creek. A few deer appeared at the edge of the Jenkins woods, nothing unusual for this time of evening. We often saw wildlife around dusk. I watched idly as they moved across the property. "Wait, that's weird," I interrupted Tammy. "What's weird? Are you even listening to me, Jess?" "Sorry, I'm watching these deer and—" I trailed off as more deer emerged from the trees. Not just a few more, a lot more. They were running now, racing across the open part of the Jenkins yard about 30 yards past the stream. "There's like a whole herd of deer running like crazy," I said, sitting up straighter. "I've never seen anything like this." More kept coming, a stream of tan bodies with white tails flashing. I counted quickly, 15, 20, nearly 30 deer, all running at full speed, like something was chasing them. "They look scared," I said, pressing closer to the window. "Something must have spooked them." The words had barely left my mouth when I saw it. Following behind the deer, emerging from the same section of woods, came a figure. A large, completely black figure, moving upright, walking. My brain tried to process what I was seeing. A person? Had to be. But no, it was solid black, not a speck of any other color, and the size... "Holy shit," I whispered. "What? What's happening?" Tammy asked. The figure was massive. Using the deer as reference, this thing stood at least 2.5 times taller than their backs. 8 feet tall, maybe 10. It moved steadily, purposefully, following the path the deer had taken. "Tammy, there's something following the deer," I said, my voice rising. "Something huge." "Like what? A bear?" "No, it's walking upright. It's completely black, like solid black from head to toe." The creature moved at a normal pace, not running like the deer, just steadily walking after them. As I watched, it paused behind a tree. Even though the tree had no leaves this time of year, just a bare trunk and branches, the figure was clearly visible. Its size and solid black appearance made it impossible to miss against the winter landscape. "Oh my God!" I shouted suddenly, making Tammy yell in surprise. "I just saw a Bigfoot." "What? Jessica, are you serious?" "I swear to God, Tammy, I'm looking at it right now." My hands shook as I fumbled for my phone, trying to switch to camera mode while keeping my eyes on the creature. "It's huge. It's like 8 or 10 feet tall and completely black. It's walking after all these deer." "Are you sure it's not a person? Maybe a hunter in dark clothes?" "No way. No person is that big. And it's solid black. Not like clothes black, but like completely unnaturally black." I watched as the figure continued its steady pace, occasionally pausing behind trees before continuing on. It was approximately 100 yards away from me now, but its size made it impossible to miss. I tried to snap a picture, but my hands were trembling too hard. "It's moving into the trees now," I narrated to Tammy. "I can still see it. It's just walking, like it's not even in a hurry." "Jessica, maybe you should go inside," Tammy suggested, her voice serious now. But I couldn't move. I was frozen in my car, watching as this impossible thing moved through the woods across the creek from my house. "It's going deeper into the woods," I said, my voice barely above a whisper now, "following where the deer went." And then, after another minute, it was gone, disappeared into the denser part of the forest beyond the Jenkins property. The entire sighting had lasted maybe 2 minutes, but I knew immediately that those 2 minutes would change my life. "Tammy, I know what I just saw, I said, my voice shaking, and it wasn't human. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up in my living room with all the lights on, curtains drawn, jumping at every sound outside. The image of that massive black figure kept replaying in my mind. The way it moved with such purpose, how it occasionally paused behind trees, but remained visible due to its sheer size. Around 3 a.m., I opened my laptop and started researching. There had been Bigfoot sightings in Connecticut before, though not many. Most reports came from the more remote northwestern part of the state. Fairfield County was densely populated, not the kind of place you'd expect to see a cryptid. I found myself obsessively checking the locks on my doors and windows every half hour. What if it came to my house? What if it had seen me watching it? By morning, exhaustion had set in, but I couldn't call out of work. I had an important meeting that couldn't be rescheduled. I dragged myself to the shower, jumped at every creak in my house, and left earlier than usual. I couldn't bear to look at the woods behind my property in the daylight. At work, I was distracted and jumpy. My co-workers noticed. "Rough night, Jessica?" asked Mike from accounting when I flinched at the sound of a door closing. "Yeah, didn't sleep well," I mumbled. I couldn't tell anyone what I'd seen. They'd think I was crazy. Tammy called during my lunch break. "How are you doing?" she asked. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," I admitted, huddled in the corner of the break room where no one could hear me. "I keep seeing it when I close my eyes." "Maybe it was a bear," she suggested for the third time since yesterday. "They can stand on their hind legs, and in the twilight maybe it just looked bigger than it was." "It wasn't a bear, Tammy. Bears don't walk upright for that long, and this thing was solid black, not brown-black like a bear, just black, like a silhouette, but three-dimensional." She was quiet for a moment. "Are you going to report it to anyone?" I laughed bitterly. "And tell them what? That I saw Bigfoot in suburban Connecticut? They'll have me committed. Maybe check if anyone else has seen anything strange in your area recently. There might be local forums or something." It wasn't a bad idea. After work, I drove home, dreading the approach to my house as darkness fell. As I turned onto Karen Drive, my headlights swept across the road ahead, and I slowed down involuntarily, scanning the tree line. Nothing, just normal, empty woods. I parked in my garage instead of the driveway this time, locked the car, locked the garage door behind me, locked the door into the house, drew all the curtains and blinds before turning on any lights. Then I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop and started searching local community pages. Nothing about strange sightings or creatures, just complaints about potholes and announcements for bake sales. I created an anonymous account and posted a vague question. "Has anyone noticed anything unusual in the woods near Karen Drive recently? Specifically large wildlife?" I held my breath as I hit post, then slammed my laptop shut, suddenly afraid of what responses might come. The next morning, I checked my post. 3 responses. "Saw a coyote last week. Be careful with small pets. There's a black bear that roams through sometimes. Fish and Wildlife knows about it. The teenagers have been partying back there again. Found beer cans near the creek." No mentions of anything like what I'd seen. I felt simultaneously relieved and more isolated. 3 days after the sighting, I forced myself to venture into my backyard in daylight. The weather had turned warmer, unusually so for February, hitting nearly 55 degrees. I stood on my back deck, coffee mug clutched in my hand, and stared at the creek and the woods beyond. Everything looked normal, peaceful even. Birds flew between trees. The creek gurgled along its path. I took a deep breath and descended the steps from my deck. The ground was soft from recent rain, my boots sinking slightly into the earth. I walked to the edge of my property, right up to where it met the creek bank. From here I could see the exact spot where the creature had emerged from the woods on the Jenkins property. It looked different in daylight, smaller, less threatening. The distance seemed shorter than it had from my car. I stood there for a long time, trying to convince myself that I'd made a mistake, that the fading light and the excitement of seeing so many deer had tricked my eyes, that the black figure had been a shadow, or my imagination, or a combination of trees moving in the wind. But I knew what I'd seen. I glanced down at the soft ground near the creek bank and noticed something that made my heart race. Tracks. Large impressions in the mud, spread out in a line leading toward the woods. They were partially filled with water, making their exact shape hard to discern, but they were big, at least twice the size of my boot print when I stepped near one for comparison. I backed away quickly, nearly tripping over a root. These could be anything, I told myself. Deer tracks filled with water, a large dog, Mr. Jenkins in his work boots. But the logical part of my brain knew deer tracks didn't look like that, and no dog left prints that large, and even if Mr. Jenkins wore size 15 boots, he wouldn't have been walking along the creek bank during the rainstorm 2 days ago. I turned and ran back to my house, not stopping until I was inside, with the door locked behind me. That night I sat in my darkened living room, watching out the window toward the creek. I'd turned off all lights in the house so I could see outside better. A nearly full moon provided enough illumination to make out the shapes of trees and the reflective surface of the water. Hours passed. Nothing moved except branches in the wind and the occasional raccoon or opossum near the creek. Around 1 a.m., I was about to give up and go to bed when I saw it. Movement at the edge of the woods across the creek. Not on the Jenkins property this time, but further downstream. I grabbed the binoculars I'd bought that day and focused them on the spot. For several seconds I saw nothing, then a dark shape moved between trees. Tall, black, the same figure I'd seen days before. My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the binoculars. I watched as it moved slowly along the tree line, staying partially concealed. It paused, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought it turned toward my house. I ducked below the window, breathing hard. When I worked up the courage to look again, it was gone. The next day, I called in sick to work. I couldn't concentrate, couldn't function normally. I spent the morning researching trail cameras on Amazon and ordered the most expensive one with overnight shipping. I needed evidence, needed to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy, that what I was seeing was real. While waiting for the camera to arrive, I drove to the local library and asked about historical records for the area. The librarian, an older woman named Ruth, seemed surprised by my interest, but directed me to their local history section. "Any particular aspect of local history you're looking for?" she asked. I hesitated. Folklore, local legends, especially anything about the woods and wildlife. Ruth's eyebrows rose slightly. "Well, this area has its share of stories. The indigenous people who lived here before European settlement had many tales about forest spirits and creatures." My heart rate picked up. "What kind of creatures?" She pulled out a thin book from a shelf behind the reference desk. This was written by a local historian who collected stories from the Paugussett tribe that once lived in this region. There's a chapter on their forest legends. I took the book with shaking hands and found a quiet corner to read. Most of the stories were typical nature myths, how certain animals got their features, why some plants have medicinal properties. But one section caught my attention. The tall ones were described as silent guardians of the deep forest, standing much taller than a man, with dark bodies that blended with the shadows. They were said to follow game trails and watch over the hunting grounds. The Paugussett believed seeing one was both a blessing and a warning. They appeared when the balance between humans and nature had been disturbed. I read the passage over and over, a chill spreading through me despite the library's warmth. The description matched what I'd seen, and this book had been published in 1978, long before most popular Bigfoot media had standardized the cryptid's appearance in public imagination. That night, my trail camera arrived. I waited until full darkness before venturing out to install it. I chose a tree on my side of the creek, but angled the camera toward the area where I'd seen the figure the previous night. My hands shook as I strapped the device to the trunk, about 7 feet off the ground. The instructions said it would activate with movement, capturing both still images and short video clips. It had night vision capability and a range of about 65 feet, not enough to see across the creek clearly, but it might catch something if the creature came closer. As I secured the final strap, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the creek. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Silence followed, no further sounds. But I felt something watching me. The hair on my arms stood up, and a primal instinct screamed at me to run. I backed away from the tree, not turning my back to the woods. When I reached my deck, I scrambled up the steps and into my house, locking the door behind me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by my bedroom window, which had a view of the backyard and creek. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of wind through bare branches sounded like footsteps. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When dawn finally broke, I waited for full daylight before venturing out to check the camera. The memory card showed 3 recordings from the night before. The first, time-stamped 11:42 p.m., showed a raccoon waddling along the creek bank. The second, at 2:17 a.m., captured a deer drinking from the water. The third, recorded at 4:03 a.m., made my blood run cold. The frame was mostly empty at first, just the creek and the opposite bank visible in the camera's night vision. Then, at the edge of the frame, something moved, something large. The top half of a dark figure, just at the maximum range of the camera. It stood there for 3 seconds. Then, the recording ended. I played it again, pausing on the frame where the figure was visible. The image was grainy and green from the night vision, but there was no mistaking the broad shoulders and height of the thing. It appeared to be looking directly at the camera. It knew I was watching. It knew I'd installed the camera. I didn't go to work again that day or the next. I called in sick for the rest of the week, unable to tear myself away from watching the woods, checking the camera, scanning the tree line for movement. My boss finally called, concerned about my extended absence. I mumbled something about a severe flu, knowing I sounded unhinged. "Jessica, do you need to see a doctor?" he asked. "This doesn't sound like you." "I'm fine," I insisted. "Just need a few more days." But I wasn't fine. I'd barely slept, barely eaten. The creature had appeared on my camera 2 more nights in a row, always at the edge of the frame, always seeming to look directly at the lens. On the 6th night after my initial sighting, something changed. I was sitting in my living room, lights off, watching the woods, when I heard a sound on my deck. Not a small sound like an animal. A heavy, deliberate step, then another. Something was walking on my deck. I slid to the floor, crawling away from the windows toward the hallway. The steps continued, slow, measured. They moved from one end of the deck to the other, right outside my sliding glass door. Then silence. I held my breath, straining to hear. Nothing. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, a new sound came. A low, rumbling vocalization, unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not quite a growl, not quite a hum. It vibrated through the walls of my house, through the floor beneath me. Then footsteps again, moving away. Down the deck steps. Fading. I remained frozen until sunrise, curled into a ball in my hallway, as far from any windows or doors as I could get. The next day, I put my house on the market and moved in with my sister in Danbury, 30 miles away. I told her I'd had a break-in, that I didn't feel safe living alone anymore. It wasn't entirely a lie. I never retrieved my trail camera, never went back to collect all my belongings. I hired movers to pack the essentials and left everything else behind. That was 2 years ago. My house sold quickly, despite my disclosures about unusual wildlife activity in the area. The new owners, a young couple from New York City, were charmed by the creek and the woods. They saw the natural setting as a feature, not a warning. I drive by occasionally, parking at the entrance to Karen Drive, but never going all the way to my old house. I wonder if they've seen it, if they've heard those heavy footsteps on their deck at night, if they've felt those eyes watching from the woods. I wonder if the balance has been restored, or if the tall one is still there, walking behind the trees, following the deer, waiting for darkness to fall. Story 3. I wiped sweat from my forehead as I trudged along the railroad tracks. June in Connecticut brings that kind of humidity that sticks to your skin like plastic wrap. The year was 1976. I was 15, and nothing much happened in our part of rural Connecticut. I was heading to my buddy Mike Carson's place, taking the tracks as a shortcut through the woods. The railroad ties made for awkward steps, too close to take one per tie, too far apart to skip one. I kept my eyes down, watching my sneakers hit the weathered wood, careful not to trip. The last thing I needed was to face plant onto rusty railroad spikes or twist an ankle miles from anywhere. I stumbled anyway. My foot caught on something, a raised nail or a splinter of wood, and I pitched forward, arms windmilling. I caught myself after 3 stumbling steps, my heart thumping at the near fall. When I looked up, everything changed. About 100 feet ahead of me on the track stood something impossible. My brain tried to make sense of it. Bear? No. Person in a coat? Definitely not. It was huge. 8, maybe 9 feet tall. Dark brown, covered in hair from head to toe. The hair looked about 4 or 5 inches long, shaggy but not matted. In the afternoon sunlight, the browns took on reddish highlights where the sun hit it. It stood upright, completely upright, like a man. I froze. My lungs stopped working. My feet stuck to the railroad tie beneath me like they'd been nailed there. The thing turned its head toward me. Just its head, a quick movement. I couldn't make out a face, just darkness where features should be. The head looked too small for the massive body, perched on shoulders that had to be 3 feet wide. Its arms hung down, impossibly long, the hands dangling somewhere between its knees and hips. Those weren't human proportions. Nothing about it was human. My teeth started chattering. Not from cold, from pure, unfiltered fear. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Then it moved. 3 steps, maybe 4. That's all it took for the creature to cross from the tracks to the embankment, a 12-foot cutaway leading up to the tree line. It didn't run or scramble. It just moved, fluid, powerful, silent. That detail hit me as it disappeared into the trees. The thing made no sound, no cracking twigs, no rustling leaves, no heavy breathing, nothing. It moved like a shadow, 9 feet of muscle and hair, and it made less noise than I did standing still. 6 seconds. That's how long I saw it. 6 seconds that burned into my memory forever. I stood there for what felt like an hour but was probably only a minute. My breath came back in a rush, and I realized I was trembling all over. My knees felt like rubber bands. I turned and ran back the way I came, away from Mike's house, away from the tracks, away from whatever the hell I'd just seen. I ran all the way home without stopping once. "You look like you've seen a ghost," Mom said when I burst through the kitchen door, panting and sweating even more than before. "I'm fine," I lied, heading straight for the refrigerator. I chugged orange juice straight from the carton. My hand shook so bad I spilled some down my chin. "Daniel Thompson, use a glass," Mom scolded. "And what happened to going to Mike's?" I couldn't tell her. What would I say? I saw Bigfoot? Some monster? She'd think I was crazy or lying or both. "Forgot Mike had baseball practice," I mumbled, wiping my mouth on my sleeve. "I'll go tomorrow." I went to my room and closed the door. Sat on the edge of my bed and tried to calm down. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I knew what I'd seen. I also knew no one would believe me. 2 days passed before I worked up the courage to go back to the tracks. I brought Mike with me this time. "So what's the big mystery?" Mike asked as we walked along the gravel beside the rails. His Red Sox cap was pulled low over his eyes against the sun. "You've been acting weird since Friday." I hadn't told him anything yet. I wasn't sure I was going to, but I needed to come back, to see the place again in daylight with someone else there. "I saw something weird here," I finally said. "Really weird." Mike snorted. "What, like a hobo or something?" "No." I stopped walking. We were close to where it happened. I recognized the bend in the tracks ahead. Like a creature, like nothing I've ever seen before. Mike stared at me. "What are you talking about, Danny?" I pointed ahead. "Right there. Friday afternoon. I was walking to your place and there was this thing standing on the tracks." "What kind of thing?" "Big, 8 or 9 feet tall, covered in brown hair, standing upright like a person, but not a person, not a bear either." Mike's eyebrows shot up. "Are you saying you saw Bigfoot?" I winced at the word. It sounded ridiculous, like something from those supermarket tabloids my mom sometimes bought, but what else could I call it? "I don't know what it was," I said, "but it was real. I saw it clear as day. It looked at me, then went up that embankment into the woods." Mike walked ahead to where I was pointing and looked up at the small cliff leading to the forest. "That's at least 12 feet high," he said. "You're saying this thing just climbed that? Just like that?" "Not climbed. It stepped up it, like it was nothing. 3, maybe 4 steps and it was gone." Mike turned back to me, squinting. "You serious about this? This isn't some joke?" "Dead serious." He looked around, scanning the woods on both sides of the tracks. "Well, it's not here now." "I know that," I snapped. "I just needed to come back here, to make sure I wasn't going crazy." "And?" I looked around at the familiar scene. The tracks, the embankment, the trees beyond. Everything looked normal, ordinary. But that thing had been here, right here. "I wasn't going crazy," I said firmly. "I saw something." Mike nodded slowly. "Okay, let's check out where it went." We climbed up the embankment using roots and rocks as handholds. It took us a minute to get up. Nothing like the fluid motion I'd seen from the creature. At the top, we found nothing but typical New England forest. Pine needles, fallen logs, undergrowth, no footprints, no broken branches, no sign anything unusual had passed through. "The ground's too hard for tracks," Mike said, kicking at the pine needle-covered dirt. "If something came through here, it didn't leave evidence." We searched for 20 minutes, finding nothing. I could tell Mike was getting bored, starting to think I'd made it all up or imagined it. "Maybe it was just a bear," he suggested as we headed back to the tracks, "standing up on its hind legs. They do that sometimes." "It wasn't a bear," I insisted. "Bears don't stand like people. They don't move like this thing moved." Mike shrugged. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone now." I knew he didn't believe me. Not really. And I couldn't blame him. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing it when I closed my eyes. That massive, hair-covered figure. The small head turning to look at me, the long arms, the impossible speed and grace as it moved. I tried to convince myself Mike was right, that it was just a bear, and my scared brain had twisted it into something else. But I knew better. I saw exactly what I saw. Every detail was crystal clear in my memory. Around midnight, I got out of bed and dug through my closet until I found my dad's old binoculars. If I went back, alone this time, maybe I'd see it again. Maybe I could get a better look, enough to prove what I'd seen. The next morning, I told Mom I was spending the day at the creek with friends. Instead, I packed a sandwich, a thermos of water, and the binoculars in my backpack and headed for the tracks. This time, I didn't walk on them. I stayed in the woods, parallel to the rails, moving quietly, stopping often to listen and look around. The binoculars hung heavy around my neck. I found a spot on a small rise overlooking the section of track where I'd seen the creature. There was a fallen tree that made a good seat, hidden by bushes but with a clear view. I settled in to wait. hours passed. The June sun climbed high, then began its descent. Insects buzzed, birds called, squirrels chattered. Normal forest sounds, no massive hair-covered creatures. By late afternoon, my butt was numb from sitting, and I'd finished my sandwich and water. Nothing had happened. I was about to give up when I heard something different. A cracking sound from deeper in the forest, away from the tracks. I raised the binoculars and scanned the trees. Nothing. The sound came again, a branch breaking like something heavy had stepped on it. I slipped off the log and moved carefully toward the sound, stepping as quietly as I could on the forest floor. The binoculars bounced against my chest as I ducked under branches and stepped over roots. 20 yards in, I found the broken branch. A thick one, at least 2 inches in diameter, snapped clean through. It would have taken considerable weight to break it like that. I knelt to examine it. The break was fresh, the wood still light-colored and damp at the fracture. Something had definitely come through here, something big. A twig snapped behind me. I spun around, nearly losing my balance. Nothing there, just trees and undergrowth. Another sound, a rustle of leaves to my right. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly high and shaky. "Is someone there?" No answer. Just the normal forest sounds, which suddenly seemed to have gotten quieter. I backed away, heart pounding. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had the overwhelming feeling of being watched. I turned and ran back toward the tracks, no longer caring about being quiet. Branches whipped my face. I tripped over roots but managed to stay on my feet. I burst out of the woods onto the tracks, breathing hard. The open space should have made me feel safer, but it didn't. I felt exposed. I looked back at the forest edge. Nothing moved. No massive figure emerged from the trees, but something had been there. I was sure of it. That night, I couldn't sleep again. Every time I started to drift off, I jerked awake, certain I'd heard something outside my window. The feeling of being watched lingered, even in my bedroom. The next morning at breakfast, Dad mentioned something that made my heart skip. "Bill Jenkins over at the hardware store says something's been scaring his cattle," he said, buttering his toast. "Found his fence broken yesterday morning. Says whatever did it had to be strong. Those were 4x4 posts, brand new." "Maybe it was teenagers," Mom suggested. "You know how they get in summer when school's out." Dad shook his head. "Bill doesn't think so. Says he found weird tracks. Too big for a person, wrong shape for a bear." I almost choked on my cereal. "What kind of tracks?" Dad glanced at me, surprised by my interest. "Like big footprints," he said, "but he couldn't get a clear cast of them. Ground was too dry and hard." My hand tightened around my spoon. "Where's Bill's farm again?" "About 4 miles north of here," Dad said. "Why so curious, Danny?" "No reason," I mumbled. "Just wondering." 4 miles north, the same direction the railroad tracks headed after where I'd seen the creature. I spent the next week researching at the library. Mrs. Pearson, the librarian, gave me funny looks as I piled books about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and unknown creatures on her desk. I ignored her and took the books to a corner table. Most of what I found was garbage, blurry photos that could be anything, stories that sounded made up. But some accounts matched what I'd seen with eerie accuracy. The height, the hair color, the long arms, the quiet movement. I was both relieved and terrified. Relieved because it meant I wasn't crazy. Other people had seen something similar. Terrified because it meant the thing was real. I decided to go back to the tracks one more time. I needed to know for sure. This time, I went at dusk. Dad would kill me if he knew I was in the woods alone as darkness fell. But I had a theory that the creature might be more active at night. I brought a flashlight, the binoculars, and my pocket knife. Not that it would do much good against something that size, but it made me feel a little better. I set up in the same spot as before, on the fallen log overlooking the tracks. As the sun set, The forest grew quiet in that peculiar way it does at twilight. The daybirds stopped singing. The night insects hadn't started yet. The world held its breath between day and night. That's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound. Almost like breathing, but deeper. It came from behind me, further up the rise. I didn't move, didn't turn, didn't breathe. Something was there, close. The breathing grew louder. I could feel a presence behind me, something large, something watching. Slowly, fighting every instinct to run, I turned my head. It stood 20 feet away, partially hidden by a large pine tree. In the fading light, its dark brown hair looked almost black. It was exactly as I remembered. Impossibly tall, impossibly broad, with those long arms hanging down past its waist. This time, I could see more of its face. The eyes reflected the last light of day, dark, intelligent eyes set deep under a heavy brow ridge. The nose was flat and wide, the mouth a straight line. It was watching me, not with aggression, but with what seemed like curiosity. I should have been terrified. I was terrified. But something else bubbled up alongside the fear, a wild sort of wonder. This was real. This creature that shouldn't exist, existed. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then, just as before, it moved. 4 quick strides took it behind the pine tree and deeper into the forest. Despite its size, it barely disturbed the undergrowth. The only sound was that deep breathing, which faded as it disappeared. I sat frozen on the log until full darkness fell. My flashlight beam shook wildly when I finally turned it on to light my way home. That was 45 years ago. I never saw the creature again, though I returned to those tracks many times that summer and in summers after. Bill Jenkins' cattle weren't bothered anymore. No more strange tracks were found. Life went on. I grew up, went to college, got a job in Hartford. But I never forgot what I saw those 2 times in the woods along the railroad tracks. I've told the story to very few people over the years. Most don't believe me, some humor me. A few admit they've heard similar tales. I don't need them to believe me. I know what I saw. A creature 8 to 9 feet tall, covered in dark brown hair that glinted reddish in the sunlight. A being that moved with impossible grace and silence through woods where nothing like it should exist. Whatever it was, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or something else entirely, it was real. And somewhere out there in the forests of Connecticut or beyond, I believe it still is. Story 4. My hands were still sticky from the ice cream we'd grabbed at that roadside stand outside of Berlin. The vanilla had been melting faster than I could lick it, dripping down my fingers in the August heat. Tom had teased me about it, saying I ate ice cream like a 5-year-old. I'd laughed and wiped my hands on a napkin, feeling the sun warm on my face through the windshield of Tom's Subaru. That's what I was thinking about when I saw it. We were about halfway to Woodbridge, cruising along Route 69. The windows were down, and warm air rushed through the car. Tom had his hand on my knee, tapping along to some Springsteen song on the radio. I was looking out the passenger window, not really focusing on anything, just watching the mix of trees and occasional houses blur past. The road curved slightly, and that's when the tree line opened up into a clearing. At first, I thought it was just a really tall guy walking through the field. Dirty blonde hair hanging to his shoulders. Something about his movement caught my attention. "Tom, slow down," I said, turning in my seat to get a better look. "What's up, Sam?" he asked, but I barely heard him. As we drove past the clearing, I realized what I was seeing wasn't right. This wasn't a tall man. This thing was enormous, 8 feet at least. And what I'd thought was shoulder-length hair actually covered its entire body, arms, chest, legs, everything. Dirty blonde hair, long and matted, swinging with each step. I unbuckled my seatbelt and shifted onto my knees, facing backward to keep watching through the rear window. "Jesus, Sam, what are you doing?" Tom asked, glancing in the rearview mirror. The creature was walking northward, toward the deeper woods. Its hands were strange, turned backward, with the backs facing forward. It moved with a swaying motion like a gorilla, but it was fully upright on two legs. The proportions were all wrong for a human. The head was too big, set on shoulders that had to be 3 feet wide. "Tom!" I said, my voice coming out higher than normal. Pull over right now!" "What? Why?" he asked, but he was already slowing down. The car came to a stop on the shoulder. I twisted around fully in my seat, trying to keep my eyes on the creature. It was moving away from us, getting closer to the tree line. "I think I just saw a Sasquatch," I said. The word sounded ridiculous coming out of my mouth, but I knew what I'd seen. Tom laughed. "A what? Like Bigfoot? Come on, Sam." "I'm serious," I said. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Look over there, in that clearing. Do you see it?" Tom leaned over, squinting through my window. The creature was almost to the trees now, maybe 100 feet away from the road. "I see something moving, but it's probably just a hiker," he said. "The sun's at a weird angle." "That's not a hiker," I insisted. "It's huge, 8 feet tall at least, and it's covered in hair, not wearing clothes, actual hair growing all over its body. And the way it moves isn't right. It's not human." Tom sat back in his seat, giving me that look, the one that said he thought I was being dramatic. "Sam, there aren't any Sasquatches in Connecticut. It was probably just a tall guy with a backpack that made his outline look weird." I turned back to the window, but the creature had disappeared into the trees. My hands were shaking. "I know what I saw, Tom." "Okay," he said, in that placating tone that made me want to scream. "If you say so." He put the car back in drive and pulled onto the road. I kept watching the tree line until we rounded a bend and I couldn't see the clearing anymore. "Can we go back?" I asked. "What?" "Go back. I want to see if we can spot it again." Tom sighed. "Sam, we're already running late. My mum's expecting us for dinner, remember?" I did remember. Tom's mom had planned a whole welcome dinner for us. This was my first time meeting her, and we were already pushing it with our late start from New York City that morning. "Fine," I said, but I kept looking back over my shoulder until the clearing was completely out of sight. The rest of the drive was tense. Tom kept trying to make conversation, but I couldn't focus on anything he was saying. I kept replaying what I'd seen in my mind. The size of it, the way it moved, the dirty blonde hair covering its entire body. I couldn't reconcile it with anything I knew existed in these woods. When we arrived at Tom's mum's house in Woodbridge, I pasted on a smile and tried to be present. Linda was nice enough, hugging me immediately and telling me how pretty I was and how Tom had told her so much about me. The house smelled like pot roast and fresh bread. Under normal circumstances, I would have been nervous about making a good impression, but all I could think about was what I'd seen on the roadside. During dinner, I picked at my food while Tom and his mum caught up. When Linda asked me a direct question, I'd answer with something short before falling silent again. Eventually, Tom kicked me under the table. "Sam's a little tired from the drive," he explained to his mum with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry," I said. "The food is delicious. I just have a headache." That night, in the guest bedroom Linda had prepared for me, Tom was in his old room down the hall. Linda was old-fashioned about unmarried couples. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that creature. I kept picturing its weird backwards hands, the massive head, the matted hair. Around 2 a.m., I grabbed my phone and started searching. Sasquatch, Connecticut. Bigfoot sightings, New England. Tall, hairy creature, Connecticut woods. There were surprisingly many results. Forums dedicated to Bigfoot sightings throughout New England. News articles about strange tracks found in state parks. Grainy photos of dark shapes between trees that could be anything. None of the descriptions quite matched what I'd seen. Most talked about dark brown or black hair. Mine had been dirty blonde. I found myself on a website called Northeast Cryptid Tracking Society. There was a form to submit sightings. My finger hovered over it for a moment before I closed the browser. I wasn't ready to put this out there yet, not until I was sure. The next morning at breakfast, Tom and his mom were talking about plans for the day when I interrupted. "Is there a library nearby?" I asked. Linda looked surprised but pleased. "Yes, honey, about 10 minutes from here, on Center Road." "I thought we were going hiking today," Tom said. "We are," I replied. "I just want to stop by the library first. There's something I want to look up." Tom gave me a strange look but didn't argue. The Woodbridge Town Library was a small brick building with white columns out front. Inside, it smelled like old books and furniture polish. I headed straight for the local history section, while Tom wandered off to look at magazines. I found several books about Connecticut folklore and natural history. One was specifically about strange sightings and local legends of New Haven County. I took them all to a table and started flipping through them. Most of the stories were what you'd expect: haunted houses, ghostly hitchhikers, weird lights in the sky. But in the local legends book, I found a short section about the Woodbridge Walker, described as a large, hairy creature occasionally spotted in the woods between Woodbridge and Bethany. According to the book, sightings dated back to the 1800s. Most witnesses described it as between 7 and 9 feet tall, covered in hair, with an unusual gait. Some accounts mentioned it had hands that hung wrong. One 19th century description said it had yellow-brown fur like a lion. My heart was pounding as I read. This matched what I'd seen. I wasn't crazy. "Find anything interesting?" Tom asked, appearing over my shoulder. I jumped, slamming the book shut. "Just some local history." "Bigfoot books?" he asked, picking up one with a silhouette of a large, ape-like creature on the cover. "Seriously, Sam? You're still on this?" "I'm just curious," I said, taking the book back from him. He sighed. "Look, I know you think you saw something, but I did see something," I cut in, "and I'm not the only one." I opened the local legends book and showed him the section on the Woodbridge Walker. "People have been seeing this thing for over 100 years, Tom." He skimmed the page, his expression skeptical. "This is just local folklore, Sam. Every small town has stories like this." "But what if it's not just a story?" I insisted. "What if what I saw yesterday was real?" Tom closed the book gently. "Sam, listen to yourself. You're talking about Bigfoot in Connecticut, one of the most densely populated states in the country. Don't you think if there was an 8-foot-tall hairy monster walking around, someone would have caught it on camera by now?" "Maybe they have," I said. "There are hundreds of sighting reports online." "Blurry photos and campfire stories," he dismissed. "Come on, the hiking trail closes at sunset. We should get going." I checked out 2 of the books, ignoring Tom's eye roll. As we drove to the trailhead at Sleeping Giant State Park, I kept scanning the tree line. The woods looked different to me now, less familiar, more mysterious. What else might be hiding in there? The hiking trail was busy with Saturday visitors, families with kids, couples with dogs, solo hikers with serious-looking gear. Tom had brought a backpack with water bottles and trail mix. We started up the blue trail, climbing steadily through dense forest. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every movement in my peripheral vision had me spinning around, expecting to see that tall, hairy figure. Tom noticed my nervousness. "You don't need to worry," he said, mistaking my vigilance for fear. "There are too many people around for anything dangerous." "I'm not scared," I said. "I'm hoping to see it again." "Jesus, Sam." He stopped walking and turned to face me. "This is ridiculous. You saw a tall hiker, or maybe a bear standing on its hind legs, or maybe the sun was in your eyes, and you saw something that wasn't even there. But it wasn't Bigfoot." "You didn't see what I saw," I insisted. "No, I didn't," he agreed, "because there was nothing to see." We hiked in silence after that. When we reached the top of the trail, we sat on a rock outcropping overlooking the valley. The view was beautiful, green forest stretching for miles, the distant glint of the Long Island Sound. On any other day, I would have been taking photos, enjoying the moment with Tom. Instead, I kept scanning the trees below us, looking for movement. "Talk to me," Tom said finally. "What's going on with you? You've been acting weird since yesterday." I picked at a loose thread on my hiking shorts. It's hard to explain. What I saw, it shook me up. It wasn't just that it was strange. It was the feeling I got, like I was seeing something I wasn't supposed to see. Something that shouldn't exist, at least not in our world, and now I can't stop thinking about it. Tom was quiet for a moment. Then he put his arm around me. "Okay, let's say, just for argument's sake, that you did see something unusual. What do you want to do about it?" I looked at him, surprised by the shift. "You believe me?" "I believe that you believe you saw something," he said carefully, "and it's obviously bothering you. So what's your plan?" I hadn't thought that far ahead. "I want to go back to that spot where we saw it. Maybe we can find tracks or hair or something." Tom checked his watch. "It's getting late, and we promised Mom we'd be back for dinner. But we're here for 3 more days. We can go tomorrow." "Really?" I asked. "Really," he said. "If it will make you feel better." I hugged him, feeling relieved. "Thank you." That night, I had trouble sleeping again. I kept thinking about going back to the clearing tomorrow. What if we found evidence? What if we actually saw the creature again? The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Around midnight, I heard a sound from outside, a low, whooping call, unlike any animal I'd heard before. I got out of bed and went to the window, which faced the backyard and the woods beyond. The moon was bright enough to see the tree line clearly, but there was nothing moving out there. The sound came again, a long, mournful whoop that raised the hair on my arms. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the forest, maybe a mile away. I pressed my face against the glass, straining to see anything in the moonlit yard. For a brief moment I thought I saw something at the edge of the trees, a tall, pale shape standing motionless. But when I blinked, it was gone. Just shadows and branches swaying in the night breeze. In the morning, Tom and I borrowed his mum's car. I directed him back to the spot on Route 69 where I'd seen the creature. In daylight, the clearing looked smaller and less mysterious than I remembered. Just an ordinary field beside an ordinary road. We parked on the shoulder and got out. Tom looked around, shielding his eyes against the morning sun. "This is it?" he asked. "This is it," I confirmed. "It was over there, near those trees." I pointed to the northern edge of the clearing. We made our way through the tall grass. There was no path, but the ground was firm enough to walk on. As we got closer to where I'd seen the creature, I slowed down, scanning the ground for any signs, footprints, broken branches, tufts of hair. There was nothing obvious, just grass, weeds, and the occasional piece of litter. Then Tom called from a few yards away. "Sam, come look at this." I hurried over. He was crouching beside a patch of mud near a small stream that cut through the edge of the clearing. There, pressed into the soft earth, was a footprint, a very large footprint. It was at least 15 inches long and remarkably wide. It had 5 distinct toe impressions and a deep heel. It looked vaguely human-shaped, but much too large. "That's not a human print," Tom said slowly. "No," I agreed, my heart racing. "It's not." "Could be a bear," he suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. "Bears don't walk on 2 legs for extended periods," I said, "and their tracks don't look like this." Tom stood up, scanning the surrounding area. "There should be more prints if something walked through here." He was right. We searched the area but found no other clear tracks. The ground was too dry and hard in most places to hold impressions, just that single enormous footprint in the mud by the stream. "What do you think now?" I asked Tom. He ran a hand through his hair, looking troubled. I don't know. It's definitely weird, but one footprint doesn't prove anything. It proves I'm not crazy, I said. Something unusual was here. We took photos of the footprint with our phones. Tom found a stick and laid it beside the print for scale. As he was taking more pictures, I wandered a bit further into the trees, drawn by something I couldn't quite identify. The forest was dense here, with old-growth oaks and maples creating a thick canopy overhead. It was noticeably cooler among the trees. The ground was covered in leaf litter and moss. I moved carefully, watching where I stepped. About 20 yards in, I noticed something caught on a low-hanging branch. I moved closer. It was hair. Several long strands of dirty blonde hair, exactly the color I'd seen on the creature. Too long and coarse to be human hair, but not like any animal fur I recognized either. I carefully collected the strands, wrapping them around my finger, and then placing them in a small plastic bag I had in my pocket, left over from some trail mix. My hands were shaking. "Tom," I called. "I found something else." He appeared a moment later, looking concerned. "Don't go wandering off like that. These woods could be dangerous." I showed him the hair. "Look, it's the same color as what I saw." He took the bag, examining the strands. "This could be from anything, Sam. A deer, a coyote, a dog." "It doesn't look like any of those," I argued, "and it's right where I saw the creature heading." Tom handed the bag back to me. "So what now?" "You have a footprint and some hair. What are you going to do with them?" I hadn't thought that far ahead. "I don't know. Maybe contact that cryptid tracking society I found online. They might know how to analyze this stuff." Tom looked uncomfortable. "Sam, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Those people are, well, they're not exactly mainstream scientists." "So what? Mainstream scientists wouldn't even look at this," I said. "They'd laugh it off, just like you did." "I'm not laughing anymore," Tom said quietly, "but I'm also not convinced you saw Bigfoot. There are probably rational explanations for all of this." I put the bag of hair carefully in my pocket. "Let's keep looking. Maybe we'll find more evidence." We spent another hour searching the area, but found nothing else conclusive. As the sun climbed higher, the woods became hot and humid. Mosquitoes buzzed around us. Eventually, Tom checked his watch and said we should head back. As we walked toward the car, I felt eyes on us. I turned back toward the woods, scanning the tree line. For a split second, I thought I saw movement, something large shifting behind a thick oak tree. But when I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. "What is it?" Tom asked, noticing I'd stopped. "Nothing," I said, "just a feeling." That night I submitted a report to the Northeast Cryptid Tracking Society website. I included our location, the date and time of my sighting, and a detailed description of what I'd seen. I mentioned the footprint and the hair we'd found, but didn't include photos. Something held me back from sharing those. I didn't tell Tom about submitting the report. He was being supportive, but I could tell he still thought there was a rational explanation for everything. Part of me wanted there to be one too. It would be easier that way. But I knew what I'd seen. And now, with the footprint and the hair, I had evidence. Not conclusive, maybe, but enough to know I wasn't imagining things. 2 days later, as we were packing to leave Woodbridge, I got an email from someone named Daniel Keene, identifying himself as a field researcher with the Cryptid Society. He wanted to talk to me about my sighting and possibly visit the location. I stared at the email for a long time before closing my laptop without responding. The hair samples were in my suitcase, wrapped carefully in the plastic bag. The photos of the footprint were still on my phone. Tom was waiting by the car, loading our bags into the trunk. I looked past him to the distant tree line, visible from his mother's driveway. Something was out there, something that shouldn't exist but did, something that had been walking those woods for generations, occasionally allowing itself to be glimpsed by people like me. Did I really want to expose it? To have researchers tramping through its territory, trying to capture or study it? The creature hadn't threatened me. It had been minding its own business when I spotted it from the car. "Ready to go?" Tom called. I looked down at my phone at the photos of that massive footprint. Then I deleted them all. "Yeah," I said, walking toward the car. "I'm ready." As we drove away from Woodbridge, I kept my eyes on the woods passing by outside my window. I thought about the hair samples in my suitcase. I'd probably throw those away too. Some things, I decided, were better left unproven, but I would always know what I saw that sunny August afternoon in 2018. And I would always wonder what else might be out there, just beyond the tree line, watching and waiting. Story 5. I still wake up some nights with my heart pounding, the image burned into my brain like it happened yesterday instead of 53 years ago. I'm not one for tall tales, never have been. Folks around here in Shelton know William Carter as a straight shooter, always have. I work with numbers at the local bank, attend First Baptist every Sunday, and haven't had so much as a parking ticket in 30 years. I'm the last person who'd make up stories about monsters. But I saw something when I was 6 years old, something that wasn't supposed to exist. Summer of 1970. Nixon was president, gas was 36 cents a gallon, and my family was spending 2 weeks at my Uncle Frank's cottage on Housatonic Lake. It sat about a quarter-mile from Indian Wells State Park in the White Hills area. Small place with wood paneling inside and a screened-in porch where the grown-ups would sit drinking beer and playing cards most evenings. The day it happened started like any other, hot as blazes, the kind of sticky Connecticut heat that makes your clothes cling to you like a second skin. After breakfast, me, Tommy Wilkins from the next cottage over, and his cousin Sarah asked if we could go pick blackberries. Tommy was 5. A scrawny kid with a crew cut his dad gave him. Sarah was 6 like me, with pigtails and missing front teeth. "Stay within shouting distance," my mother warned, wiping her hands on her apron, "and watch for poison ivy." We grabbed 3 plastic Cool Whip containers from the kitchen and headed out. The blackberry patch grew along the railroad tracks that ran beside the river and lake. Those tracks weren't used much anymore, just a freight train that came through once or twice a week. We'd been picking berries there all week, our fingers and lips stained purple from eating as many as we collected. The tracks cut through the landscape like a scar, with steep wooded hills rising on one side and the glittering lake on the other. We made our way to our usual spot, where the berries grew fattest, about half a mile from the cottage. The sun beat down on our necks as we worked, dropping berries into our containers with soft plunks. "I got the biggest one," Sarah announced, holding up a berry the size of her thumbnail. Tommy shoved a handful in his mouth. "I'm gonna eat more than I keep." I moved a few feet away to a fresh cluster of berries, my container already half full. That's when I heard it. A sound from the hillside, branches snapping, rocks sliding, not like a squirrel or even a deer, something big. I straightened up, berry juice sticky on my fingers. "You guys hear that?" Tommy and Sarah looked up, but before they could answer, I saw movement on the steep slope above the tracks. Something was coming down, something huge. It emerged from the tree line about 30 yards away. My first ridiculous thought was that someone was playing a joke, wearing some kind of costume. But nobody in Shelton owned anything like this. Nobody could. The creature stood at least 6.5, maybe 7 feet tall. It walked upright on 2 legs, but not like a person. Each stride covered about 5 feet of ground. Its arms hung abnormally long, almost to its knees, swinging slightly as it moved. Dark hair covered its entire body, not shaggy like a bear, but a shorter coat, brown-grayish in color. But it was the face that froze my blood. Flat and wide, with a prominent brow, more like a gorilla or chimpanzee than anything human. its eyes set deep, dark and aware, intelligent. Those eyes swept over us as it reached the railroad tracks. It paused. Just for a second, it looked right at us, three kids standing there with our berry containers. Then, as casually as someone passing strangers on a sidewalk, it turned northward and continued walking along the tracks. Fast, much faster than a person would walk. "Run!" I whispered, then louder. "Run!" We dropped our berries. I grabbed Sarah's arm and we bolted. Tommy was ahead of us, already sprinting back toward the cottages. My sneakers pounded on the gravel between the railroad ties. I didn't look back, didn't need to. The image of that thing was seared into my retinas. We burst into my uncle's cottage, gasping for breath, faces flushed. "Monster!" Tommy blurted out, pointing back toward the tracks. "A huge, hairy monster!" The adults looked up from their card game, my father with a beer halfway to his lips. "It was tall as the ceiling," Sarah added, stretching her arm up, "with long arms and a monkey face." My Uncle Frank chuckled. "Sounds like you kids found a bear." "It wasn't a bear," I insisted, my voice shaking. "It walked on two legs, like a person, but not a person." My mother knelt down, brushing my hair back. "You've been playing too hard in the sun. Come have some Kool-Aid." "But Mom, we saw it. For real." "William," my father said in that warning tone, "that's enough nonsense." They didn't believe us. Not one bit. Later that day, Tommy's dad walked down to the tracks with us, trailing nervously behind. He found our scattered berries, but nothing else. "See? No monsters here. Just your imaginations running wild." Within a few days, even Tommy and Sarah started to question what we'd seen. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe it was just some weird-looking guy hiking. Kids forget things, move on to the next adventure. But I didn't forget. Couldn't forget those eyes. That deliberate stride. The way it acknowledged us but showed no fear, no aggression, just awareness. When we got home to our regular house in Shelton, I tried to find anything about hair-covered creatures in Connecticut. The school library had nothing. No movies I'd seen showed anything like what we'd encountered. This was 1970, remember, before the $6 Million Man featured Bigfoot, before In Search Of, with Leonard Nimoy, made Sasquatch a household word. Harry and the Hendersons was still years away. Sure, there had been the Patterson film from 1967, but that hadn't made it to our small Connecticut town, and it certainly wasn't something 6-year-olds would have known about. I had no context for what I'd seen, no framework to explain it. It existed in a vacuum. As I grew older, I learned to keep quiet about it. In 7th grade, I mentioned it to my best friend Rich Tompkins, who promptly told everyone I was crazy or a liar. For weeks, kids made ape sounds when I walked down the hall. After that, I sealed my lips. College, marriage, kids, a mortgage. Life moved on. Sometimes weeks or months would pass without me thinking about it, but it was always there, lurking beneath the surface of my consciousness. Sometimes a news report about a Sasquatch sighting would trigger the memory. I'd find myself staring at the TV screen, hands trembling slightly. My wife Janet noticed over the years how I tensed up whenever we drove past Indian Wells State Park. She asked once, and I mumbled something about bad memories from childhood. It wasn't a complete lie. In 1987, I caught a documentary about the Patterson-Gimlin film. They showed the famous footage of a large, hair-covered being walking across a dry riverbed in California. I sat forward in my chair, heart pounding. It looked similar to what I'd seen, but not identical. The creature from 1970 had shorter hair, thinner build, moved faster. "You okay, honey?" Janet asked. "You're white as a sheet." "Fine," I said. "Just tired." Decades passed. My kids grew up. Janet and I settled into retirement. I never went back to that spot by the railroad tracks. Couldn't bring myself to. Part of me feared seeing nothing and doubting my own memory. Another part feared seeing something and confirming it was real. Last year, my grandson Dylan, 12 years old and obsessed with cryptids, was staying with us for the weekend. He was sprawled on our living room floor with his laptop, watching YouTube videos. "Grandpa, do you believe in Bigfoot?" he asked suddenly. I nearly choked on my coffee. "Why do you ask?" "There's all these shows about them. Some people say they're real." I set my mug down carefully. "What do you think?" He shrugged. "Maybe? I mean, they find new animals all the time, right? Last year they discovered that new kind of whale." I nodded, my throat suddenly dry. "But Bigfoots would be huge," he continued. "Hard to hide." "Big feet," I corrected automatically. "The plural would be big feet." He rolled his eyes. "Whatever, Grandpa." That night, after Dylan went to bed, I sat alone in my study, staring at my computer screen. My hands hovered over the keyboard. For 52 years, I'd kept silent. For 52 years, I'd questioned my own memory, my own sanity. I typed "Bigfoot sightings, Connecticut Housatonic" into the search engine. To my shock, results appeared. Not many, but enough. A reported sighting near Monroe in 1982, another in Newtown in 2009. A cluster of reports around the Berkshires, just over the Massachusetts border. I wasn't alone. The next morning, I dropped Dylan off with his parents and drove. Janet thought I was going to Home Depot. Instead, I found myself on the familiar road to Indian Wells State Park. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The park had changed. New facilities, bigger parking lot. But the railroad tracks were still there. I parked and sat in my car for nearly an hour, gathering courage. Finally, I stepped out. The July heat was familiar, pressing down on me as I walked the half-mile to where I thought the berry patch had been. The tracks looked smaller than in my memory. The trees had grown, the landscape shifted slightly over 5 decades. But when I reached a certain bend in the tracks, I knew. This was the spot. No berries grew there anymore, just scrubby underbrush and small trees. I stood on the tracks, looking up at the steep hillside where it had emerged. "I know what I saw," I said aloud to the empty air. "I know it was real." On the drive home, I made a decision. I was 79 years old. What did I have to lose? If people thought I was crazy, so be it. The truth mattered. I found an online group dedicated to cryptid sightings in New England and created an account. With trembling fingers, I typed out my story. Every detail I could remember. The height, the stride length, the face. The way it looked at us before continuing on its way. Within hours, responses poured in. Some skeptical, some mocking, but others were supportive. A researcher from Yukon wanted to interview me. A woman from Danbury shared a similar encounter from 1993 in the same area. I didn't tell Janet right away, wasn't sure how. But one evening as we sat on our back porch watching fireflies, words began spilling out. I told her everything. The creature, the decades of silence, my recent return to the tracks. She listened without interrupting, her hand finding mine halfway through the story. When I finished, she squeezed my fingers. "Why didn't you tell me before? I thought you'd think I was crazy. Or lying." She shook her head. "William Carter, I've been married to you for 51 years. You're the most honest, practical man I've ever known. If you say you saw something, you saw something." Her acceptance broke something loose inside me. The next day, I called Tommy Wilkins. We hadn't spoken in 40 years, but I tracked him down in Florida. "Tommy, it's Bill Carter, from Shelton." A pause. "Little Willie, from the cottages?" "That's right. I'm calling about what we saw that day by the railroad tracks." Another, longer pause. Then his voice, suddenly serious. "I still have dreams about it, you know. Sarah, too. We talked about it at a family reunion 10 years back. Neither of us wanted to bring it up first." A weight lifted from my shoulders. They remembered too. Now I'm sitting here typing this out in full. Maybe nobody will believe me. Maybe they'll say I'm just an old man with an overactive imagination. But 3 children saw something that day in 1970. Something science doesn't acknowledge. Something that shouldn't exist, but does. I check my email daily now, corresponding with researchers and other witnesses. My grandson Dylan thinks I'm the coolest grandpa ever. Janet rolls her eyes, but smiles when packages of books about cryptid sightings arrive at our door. I don't know what to call what we saw. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, wood ape. The names don't matter. What matters is that 53 years ago, on a hot summer day by the railroad tracks near Housatonic Lake, 3 children encountered something unexplainable, something real. I no longer wake in terror from the memory. Instead, I feel something like wonder. In a world where we think we've catalogued and categorized everything, mysteries still walk among us. Even in the woods of Connecticut, I know what I saw, and after 53 years of silence, I'm finally ready to talk about it. Story 6. I've been hunting these woods since I was a boy. 53 years trudging through the underbrush of Middlesex County has taught me every trail, every deer path, and every seasonal change that occurs in this patch of Connecticut wilderness. At least that's what I thought before that day in October 2019. My son Thomas and I had planned this hike for weeks. He'd moved back from Boston after his divorce, and I figured some father-son time in the woods might help clear his head. Thomas had grown up on these trails just like I had, though he'd never taken to hunting the way I did. Still, he enjoyed a good hike, and the fall colors were at their peak that weekend. We parked at the old Fire Road entrance off Route 9, about 3 miles south of Middletown. The morning air had that crisp bite that only comes in mid-autumn, and the maple leaves crunched satisfyingly under our boots as we set off down the main trail. "Dad, mind if we go off-trail a bit?" Thomas asked after we'd been walking for about 40 minutes. "I remember there being a good overlook somewhere around here." "Sure thing," I said, checking my watch. It was just past 10 a.m., giving us plenty of daylight hours ahead. "Let's head east toward the ridge." We veered off the marked path, moving carefully through the underbrush. Thomas took point, forging ahead with the enthusiasm of someone rediscovering childhood memories. I followed at a more measured pace, my eyes scanning the forest floor out of habit, looking for signs of deer or turkey. The woods were particularly dense that year. A wet summer had encouraged thick undergrowth, and fallen trees from the previous winter storms created natural barriers we had to navigate around. Thomas pulled ahead about 20 yards, while I paused to examine some unusual scratches on a birch tree. That's when I felt it, a prickle at the back of my neck, the sensation hunters know well, the feeling of being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the woods behind me. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just trees, boulders, and the remnants of an old stone wall that ran through this section of forest. The wall stood about 2 feet high, a testament to the farmers who had cleared this land 2 centuries ago. Then I saw it. Behind the wall, maybe 30 yards away, a dark figure crouched. My first thought was bear. We'd had increased black bear sightings in the county over the past few years. But something felt off about the shape. It was too small for an adult bear, and its posture seemed wrong. I reached slowly for my binoculars, hanging around my neck. Before I could raise them to my eyes, the figure moved. It stood up, my breath caught in my throat. This was no bear. The thing rose to about 5 feet tall, shorter than me by at least half a foot. Its body was covered in hair so black it seemed to absorb the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. But it wasn't the color that made my skin crawl. It was the proportions. Its arms hung down past where its knees should be, swinging slightly as it steadied itself. They were impossibly long, like a chimpanzee's but more slender. The legs appeared almost stunted in comparison, though still powerful looking. but most disturbing was its head, a conical shape that rose directly from the shoulders with no discernible neck. For 5 agonizing seconds, I stood frozen, staring at the creature. It remained motionless as well, seemingly assessing me from across the stone wall barrier. Though I couldn't make out eyes from that distance, I felt its gaze fixed on me with unnerving intensity. Then, without warning, it moved. Not a panicked dash, but a deliberate, swift walk that carried it deeper into the woods. Its gait was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Too fluid for a human, too bipedal for any animal native to Connecticut. Those long arms swung with each step, occasionally brushing the ground. "Thomas!" I called out, finally finding my voice. "Over here, quick!" I heard my son changing direction, crunching through leaves as he made his way back toward me. "What is it?" he called. "There's something," I started, but by the time the words left my mouth, the figure had disappeared into the thicker woods beyond. "Damn it!" Thomas arrived at my side, slightly out of breath. "What do you see? Deer?" "No," I said, still staring at the spot where the creature had vanished. "I don't know what it was." We both fell silent. From the direction the creature had gone, we could hear the distinct sound of movement through the forest. Branches snapping, leaves crunching, the unmistakable sounds of something large moving away from us. The noises continued for maybe 15 seconds before fading into the ambient sounds of the forest. "You hear that?" I asked. Thomas nodded. "Yeah, too big for a squirrel or raccoon." "That's what I saw. Something big." "Not a bear," I said, still processing what I'd witnessed. "It walked on 2 legs." Thomas gave me a skeptical look. "Like a person? Maybe a hiker?" I shook my head firmly. "No, not a person. At least, not any kind of person I've ever seen." I described what I'd witnessed. The black hair, the proportions, the cone-shaped head, and the fluid movement. Thomas listened without interrupting, his expression shifting from doubt to concern. "How long did you see it for?" he asked when I finished. 10 seconds, max, but I got a good look." I pointed toward the stone wall. It was right there, crouching behind that wall. Then it stood up and walked away. Thomas's eyes narrowed. "Dad, you sure about this? Could have been a bear standing up. I've seen plenty of bears in my life, son. This wasn't a bear." The certainty in my voice must have convinced him, because he nodded slowly. "All right, let's check it out." We approached the stone wall cautiously. The forest floor on the other side showed clear signs of disturbance, broken twigs, displaced leaves, and impressions in the soft dirt that had accumulated against the stones. But they weren't distinct enough to make out any clear footprints. "Let's follow it," I said, stepping over the wall. The hunter in me had taken over, curiosity overwhelming the unease I'd felt moments before. Thomas hesitated only briefly before joining me. "What exactly are we tracking here, Dad?" I didn't answer immediately. The truth was, I had no idea. In all my years in these woods, I'd never seen anything like it. "Not sure," I finally admitted, "but I want to know." We followed the direction the creature had taken, moving slowly and carefully. The signs of its passage were evident to my experienced eye: disturbed undergrowth, snapped twigs, and occasionally a small clump of what looked like black hair caught on a thorny bush. I collected one of these samples, tucking it into my shirt pocket. "This is weird, Dad," Thomas said, after we'd been tracking for about 20 minutes. "If it was a bear, we should have caught up to it, or at least heard it by now." He was right. The creature moved faster than I'd initially thought. The trail led us deeper into the woods, away from any marked paths, and toward a part of the forest I rarely hunted. The terrain grew rockier, with large boulder formations creating natural caves and shelters. "Look at this," Thomas called, kneeling beside a small stream that cut through the forest floor. I joined him, examining what had caught his attention. In the soft mud at the stream's edge was a partial footprint. It was roughly the size of a human foot, but the shape was off, wider at the front, with what appeared to be only 4 toe impressions instead of 5. The imprint wasn't deep enough to give us much more detail. "That look human to you?" I asked. Thomas shook his head. "Not really. Too wide at the front. Almost looks like a primate print, but bigger than any monkey I've ever seen." We continued following the trail for another hour, but the signs grew fainter as we moved into an area with rocky ground that held fewer tracks. Eventually, we found ourselves at the base of a steep hillside covered in large boulders and dense pines. "Trail's gone cold," I admitted, scanning the hillside. "Could have gone anywhere from here." Thomas checked his phone. "We've been at this for nearly 2 hours, Dad. Should we head back?" A part of me wanted to keep searching, to climb that hillside and check every possible hiding spot. But the rational part knew it was unlikely we'd find anything now. Whatever I'd seen was long gone, moving through territory it clearly knew better than we did. "Let's circle around first," I suggested. "Maybe we can pick up the trail again." We spent another hour searching the surrounding area, working in widening circles from where we'd lost the trail. But we found nothing more. No footprints, no hair, no signs of the creature's passage. It was as if it had simply vanished into the landscape. Finally, as the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, we conceded defeat. "We should head back," Thomas said. "It'll be getting dark in a few hours." I nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, you're right." The walk back was quiet, both of us lost in thought. I kept replaying those 10 seconds in my mind. The creature rising from behind the stone wall, its impossible proportions, the deliberate way it moved. I'd been in these woods my entire life and never seen anything like it. The thought was both exhilarating and deeply unsettling. "What do you think it was?" Thomas finally asked as we approached the main trail. I shook my head. "I don't know, son. Some kind of animal I've never encountered before, I guess. But standing on 2 legs with arms that long." Thomas frowned. "Doesn't match anything native to Connecticut." "No," I agreed, "it doesn't." We reached the truck just as the sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon. As I started the engine, Thomas turned to me. "You going to report this to anyone? Fish and wildlife, maybe?" I considered it for a moment. "And tell them what exactly?" "That I saw something I can't identify moving through the woods. They'd write it off as a bear sighting." "But you're certain it wasn't a bear?" "I am." I pulled the truck onto the road, heading back toward town. "I've been thinking about it all afternoon, the way it moved. It was purposeful, intelligent, like it knew exactly what it was doing." Thomas nodded slowly. "So what now?" "Now, I come back. Maybe set up some trail cameras." I glanced at him. "You interested?" A small smile crossed his face. "You know I am." Over the next 3 weekends, Thomas and I returned to those woods. We set up trail cameras in the area where I'd had the sighting and near the hillside where we'd lost the trail. We spent hours sitting quietly in makeshift blinds, watching and waiting, but the creature never reappeared. The trail cameras captured plenty of ordinary wildlife, deer, raccoons, foxes, and even a bobcat, but nothing resembling what I'd seen that day in October. The black hair sample I'd collected turned out to be inconclusive when I examined it under Thomas's microscope at home. Similar to bear hair, but with differences in texture and structure that neither of us could explain. As weeks passed, I found myself increasingly preoccupied with the encounter. I scoured the internet for similar sightings in Connecticut, finding a few scattered reports from over the years that contained elements matching what I'd seen. Unusually proportioned bipedal creatures, cone-shaped heads, long arms. None provided definitive answers, but they confirmed I wasn't alone in having seen something unusual in these woods. I began to notice changes in myself as well. Walks in the forest that had once been second nature now filled me with a heightened awareness. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, alert to any unusual movement or sound. The woods had been my sanctuary for over 5 decades, but now they held a mystery that transformed them into something different, something less familiar and safe. Last week, nearly 6 months after the sighting, I was alone in the woods at dusk. I'd stayed out later than planned, checking a trail camera Thomas and I had repositioned the previous weekend. As I made my way back to the main path, a sensation stopped me cold. That same prickle at the back of my neck I'd felt in October. I turned slowly, scanning the gathering shadows between the trees. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw movement about 50 yards away, a dark shape slipping behind a large oak tree. Then, just briefly, what looked like 2 yellowish points of light at about the height where eyes would be. Then nothing. Just the wind in the branches and the distant call of a barred owl. I stood motionless for several minutes, straining to see or hear anything unusual. But whatever had been there, if anything had been there at all, was gone. Still, as I hurried back to my truck in the fading light, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, evaluated, perhaps even followed. The woods of Middlesex County have been my home, my refuge, my hunting grounds for most of my life. I thought I knew every creature that lived here, every sound they made, every track they left. Now I'm not so sure. Something else moves through these forests, something that doesn't appear in any Connecticut wildlife guide, something that watches from the shadows with intelligent eyes. Thomas and I still go out searching every few weeks. He's become as invested in the mystery as I am. We've expanded our camera network, researched similar sightings, and spent countless hours discussing what exactly I saw that autumn day. I don't know if we'll ever find definitive proof of the creature's existence, but I do know this. These woods hold secrets I'm only beginning to understand, and somewhere out there, a being with a cone-shaped head, impossibly long arms and yellow eyes, moves through the forest with purpose, in a world that overlaps with ours, but remains hidden from most who pass through it. Every time I enter those woods now, I scan the stone walls and shadowy thickets, not out of fear, but with the hope that someday I'll get more than just 10 seconds to observe what shares these forests with us. Story 7. I had both hands on the wheel, driving our Kia Sorento down Route 201 near Griswald. Sarah sat beside me, flipping through radio stations. We'd spent the day visiting her sister in Norwich and were heading back home. The road wound through dense forest, autumn leaves scattered across the pavement and shoulder. The afternoon sun filtered through bare branches, casting zebra-striped shadows across the windshield. "Think it'll rain tonight?" Sarah asked, settling on a classic rock station. I glanced at the sky. "Weatherman said it might. Good thing we're heading—" A loud crash from the woods to our right cut me off mid-sentence. The sound was violent, like something massive plowing through underbrush. "What was that?" Sarah twisted in her seat, peering out the passenger window. "Probably a deer." I eased my foot off the gas pedal, slowing the SUV. "They're active this time of—" The words died in my throat. Something burst from the tree line, something that was definitely not a deer. My foot slammed the brake pedal instinctively, bringing us to a complete stop in the middle of the empty road. The creature moved with alarming speed toward the roadway. It ran upright on 2 legs, but it wasn't human. It wasn't anything I recognized. Dark brown in color, it was enormous, towering at least 4 feet higher than our full-sized SUV. Its body was massive and muscular, moving with a fluid grace that seemed impossible for something so large. I sat frozen, gripping the steering wheel as the being crossed just 10 feet in front of our vehicle. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. My brain struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. It crossed the entire 15-foot-wide road in just 2 steps. Only 1 foot actually touched the middle of the pavement. Its stride was incredibly long, each step spanning 8 or 9 feet at least. The thing never once looked at us. It didn't acknowledge our presence in any way, just moved with singular purpose across the road and toward the forest on the other side. "Mark." Sarah's voice came out as a whisper. Her hand gripped my arm so tightly I felt her fingernails through my jacket. I couldn't answer. I just stared. The creature's hair was dark brown, darker on the head and shoulders, slightly lighter on the legs and chest. Thicker hair covered its head and shoulders. Its head looked disproportionately small compared to its massive body, with what appeared to be a flat face. From the side profile, I could see dark skin with short hair and a rounded scalp. I didn't see any ears. Its face was mostly flat with eyes larger than human eyes. No noticeable cheeks or chin. The shoulders were enormous. I'd guess 36 to 40 inches across, with extremely muscular, rounded deltoids. Its broad chest tapered down to a mid-sized waist, and its back displayed an extremely developed trapezius muscle. The arms were extraordinarily long and thick, always bent at the elbows, reaching past the waist. Well-built, rounded buttocks and thick-haired thighs completed the imposing figure. As quickly as it appeared, it vanished into the woods on the other side of the road, stirring up dust from the gravel shoulder. The entire encounter lasted about 20 seconds, from first hearing it to watching it disappear. For several long seconds, Sarah and I sat in complete silence, the car idling in the middle of the empty road. "Did you?" Sarah's voice cracked. She swallowed hard. "Did you see that?" I nodded, my hands still gripping the wheel. "Yeah, I saw it." "What was it?" "I don't know." My heart pounded against my ribs. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the creature return. The road behind us remained empty. "We should go," Sarah said. "Mark, we need to go. Now." I nodded and pressed the gas pedal. The Sorrento moved forward slowly at first, then picked up speed. I kept checking the mirrors, scanning the tree line on both sides of the road. "Should we call someone?" Sarah asked, pulling her phone from her purse. "The police? Animal control?" "And tell them what? We saw a—" I struggled to find the right words. What would we even call that thing? Sarah stared at her phone, then put it back in her purse. "You're right. They'd think we were crazy." We drove in silence for the next few miles, both of us repeatedly checking the woods on either side of the road. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. "It wasn't a bear," Sarah finally said. "Bears don't move like that." "No," I agreed. "It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a person in a costume either." "Definitely not." The image of the creature's fluid movement replayed in my mind. No human could move like that, and it was too big, way too big. We reached the intersection with Route 95 and turned toward home. As we merged onto the highway, surrounded by other cars and the comforting signs of civilization, I felt some of the tension leave my body. "What if it follows us?" Sarah asked, still looking out her window. "It didn't even look at us," I said. "It was just crossing the road, going somewhere." "But what if it saw our car? What if it remembers and follows us home?" The thought sent a fresh wave of fear through me. "It can't. It doesn't know where we live." "But what if—" "Sarah," I cut her off. "Let's just get home. We'll figure it out then." She nodded and fell silent again. By the time we pulled into our driveway in Preston, the sun had almost set. Our modest two-story house looked exactly as we'd left it that morning. Nothing seemed out of place or disturbed. I parked in the garage and hit the button to close the door behind us. Once inside, Sarah immediately went through the house, checking all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked. I stood in the kitchen, trying to process what we'd seen. "Everything's locked," she said, coming back to the kitchen. "Should we call someone now? Maybe the forestry department?" I shook my head. "We still don't have anything concrete to tell them. We saw something, but what?" Sarah pulled out a chair and sat at the kitchen table. "Mark, that thing was real. We both saw it." "I know," I sat across from her. I know we did. So what was it? I ran a hand through my hair. I don't know. It wasn't like any animal I've ever seen. It moved almost like a human, but not quite. And it was huge. Bigfoot, Sarah suggested, her voice small. Under normal circumstances, I would have laughed at the suggestion, but after what we'd just witnessed, I couldn't dismiss anything. Maybe, I said. Something like that, anyway. We made dinner, neither of us particularly hungry, but needing the routine. The TV played in the background, some sitcom with a laugh track that felt jarringly inappropriate. That night, neither of us slept well. Every creak of the house, every rustle of branches against the window had us both sitting upright in bed. I got up twice to check the locks again, peering out into the darkness of our backyard each time. Morning came after what felt like days. I called in sick to work, something I rarely did, and Sarah did the same. We sat at the kitchen table with coffee, both exhausted and on edge. We need to tell someone, Sarah said. Who? I don't know, but we can't just pretend it didn't happen. I nodded slowly. You're right. Let's start with some research. See if anyone else has reported anything similar around here. We spent the next several hours online, searching for reports of strange creature sightings in Connecticut. To our surprise, there were several accounts from the Griswald area over the years, hikers, campers, and local residents describing encounters with large, upright creatures in the woods. None of the descriptions matched exactly what we'd seen, but there were similarities: the height, the movement, the dark hair. Look at this, Sarah said, turning her laptop toward me. There's a group that investigates these kinds of sightings. The Connecticut Cryptid Research Team. I skimmed the website. You think we should contact them? Why not? At least they won't immediately think we're crazy. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't have a better idea. Sarah filled out the contact form on the website, describing our encounter in detail. Within an hour, we received a response from someone named Jim Radner, requesting a phone call. I let Sarah handle the call, putting it on speaker so I could listen. Jim was surprisingly professional, asking specific questions about the creature's appearance, movement, and behavior. He didn't interrupt or express disbelief, just took notes and asked for clarification when needed. What you've described matches several other reports we've received from that area, Jim said, after Sarah finished recounting our experience. Would you be willing to meet with our team? Maybe take us to the exact location where you had the encounter? Sarah looked at me questioningly. I hesitated, then nodded. Yes, she told Jim. We can do that. We arranged to meet Jim and two other researchers the next day at a diner near Route 201. That night we slept a little better, knowing we weren't alone in what we'd experienced. The next morning we drove to Griswold, arriving at the Crossroads Diner 15 minutes early. Jim and his team were already there, a middle-aged man with a salt and pepper beard, a younger woman with red hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a tall, thin man in his 30s. Mark and Sarah Williams? Jim extended his hand as we approached their table. Jim Radner. This is Maya Collins and Tyler West. We shook hands and sat down. Jim had brought a thick folder, which he opened to reveal maps, photographs, and typed reports. We've been investigating sightings in this area for about 5 years now, he explained. Most people don't report what they see. They're afraid of ridicule or being dismissed. But we've documented 17 separate encounters within a 10-mile radius of where you saw the creature. He spread out a map on the table, with red pins marking the locations of previous sightings. Our location from 2 days ago was circled in black marker. What exactly do you think these things are? I asked. Jim exchanged glances with his teammates. We don't like to jump to conclusions. Some people call them Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Others think they might be some undiscovered primate species. All we know for sure is that they exist, and they're intelligent enough to avoid human contact most of the time. Why did it cross the road right in front of us then? Sarah asked. It didn't seem concerned about being seen. That's unusual, Maya admitted. Typically they stay deep in the forest, especially during daylight hours. Something must have prompted it to cross when it did. We finished our coffee, and Jim suggested we head to the location of our sighting. We agreed to follow them in our car, not entirely comfortable with the idea of riding with strangers. 20 minutes later, we pulled onto the shoulder of Route 201, about a quarter-mile from where we'd seen the creature. Jim parked his SUV in front, and we all got out. We'll walk from here, Jim said, retrieving a backpack from his vehicle. Tyler will set up some game cameras in the area if you're okay with showing us exactly where you saw it cross. I felt a knot forming in my stomach as we walked down the road. The forest looked different in daylight, less threatening but still mysterious. Sarah walked close beside me, occasionally glancing into the trees. This is it, I said, stopping at what I believed was the crossing point. It came from those woods over there and crossed to the other side. Tyler immediately began examining the ground while Maya took photographs of the area. Jim pulled out a tape measure and walked across the road. 15 feet, just like you said, he confirmed. And you estimated its stride at 8 to 9 feet. I nodded. It only took 2 steps to cross completely. Jim made notes in a small notebook while Tyler disappeared into the woods on the side where the creature had emerged. A few minutes later, he called out, "Jim, you need to see this." We all followed Jim into the forest. About 30 feet from the road, Tyler stood beside a massive depression in the ground, a footprint nearly 18 inches long, pressed into the soft earth beneath the fallen leaves. "Holy shit," I whispered. Jim knelt beside the print, carefully brushing away loose leaves. "This is fresh, maybe from your encounter, maybe more recent." Maya took several photographs while Tyler made a plaster cast of the print. They worked methodically, like scientists at a research site, not like monster hunters from a bad TV show. "There's another one," Sarah said, pointing about 9 feet away. Sure enough, another large footprint was visible in a patch of mud. For the next hour, the team documented 6 distinct footprints, all following a rough path through the woods. Jim explained that they would analyze the casts, compare them to other prints found in the area, and add our sighting to their database. "What do we do now?" I asked as we walked back to the cars. "Just go back to our normal lives, pretending we didn't see this thing?" Jim placed a hand on my shoulder. "That's usually what happens. The truth is, these creatures have been living alongside us for generations. They avoid humans for the most part. Your encounter was rare, but not unique." "But what if it comes near our house?" Sarah asked, the worry evident in her voice. "It's extremely unlikely," Maya assured her. "They prefer remote areas, away from human habitation. Based on our research, they're not aggressive toward humans unless threatened." "We'll give you our contact information," Jim added. "If you see anything else or even hear something unusual, call us immediately." We exchanged phone numbers, and Jim promised to keep us updated on their findings. As we drove home, Sarah seemed more at ease than she had been since our encounter. "Does it help?" I asked. "Knowing other people have seen these things too?" She nodded. "It makes me feel less crazy. And they seemed so normal. Not like conspiracy theorists or anything." "Yeah," I agreed. They did. In the weeks that followed, we gradually returned to our normal routines. Jim sent us updates occasionally, analysis of the footprints, recordings of unusual sounds captured by their game cameras, brief glimpses of dark shapes moving between trees. Nothing conclusive, but enough to confirm that something was out there. Sometimes at night, I still wake up to check the locks or look out the windows. Sarah doesn't tease me about it. She does the same thing. We've both been changed by what we saw on that autumn afternoon on Route 201. We don't talk about it much anymore, but we know. And now, whenever I'm driving down a wooded road, I pay closer attention to the trees, to the shadows, to the spaces in between, because I know there are things out there, things that most people will never see, moving silently through the forests of rural Connecticut. I've learned to live with the knowledge, carrying it like a secret weight. We saw something impossible that day, something that shouldn't exist according to science and reason. But it does exist. I know it because I saw it with my own eyes, crossing the road in front of our car on that ordinary autumn afternoon. Story 8. I never believed in monsters until I looked into those eyes. It started with small things, strange noises in the woods, food disappearing, nothing that couldn't be explained away. But on January 17th, 2009, at precisely 2:13 a.m., everything changed. I know the exact time because I checked my watch when the cramping in my legs jolted me awake. My name is Elizabeth Carter. I've lived in Windham County, Connecticut for 15 years with my husband Dale and our cat, Rusty. Our home sits on 3 acres backed by dense forest, a peaceful retreat until that winter. The muscle cramps shot through my calves like electricity, forcing me awake. Dale snored beside me, oblivious. I rubbed my legs, but the pain persisted. Milk sometimes helped, something my grandmother swore by. I slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Dale, and padded down our creaking staircase. The kitchen was dark except for the blue light of the microwave clock. I didn't switch on the overhead light, didn't want to shock my eyes. The linoleum felt ice cold against my bare feet. Rusty appeared from nowhere, as cats do, and wound between my ankles while I opened the refrigerator. The light from inside cast a rectangular glow across the kitchen. I poured milk into a glass and leaned against the counter to drink it. Rusty jumped onto the counter beside me, something he knew wasn't allowed, but I was too tired to shoo him away. That's when I noticed movement outside the kitchen window. Just a flicker at first, something shifting in the darkness beyond the glass. Our kitchen window faces the backyard and the forest beyond. At night it becomes a black mirror, but there was definitely something there. I squinted, trying to make out what had caught my attention. Maybe a deer? We get them sometimes, wandering up from the woods to nibble at my hostas. Then I saw it, a face, not a human face, at least not entirely. It peeked around the edge of the window frame, just partially visible, but what I could see froze the blood in my veins. 2 large red eyes stared directly at me. They weren't reflecting light, they were generating it, giving off a dull crimson glow like embers in a dying fire. The skin around them was dark, textured. I couldn't make out a nose or mouth clearly, just those terrible eyes, unblinking and fixed on me. I dropped to the floor, pulling Rusty down with me. He hissed in protest, claws scratching my arm. The glass of milk shattered on the tile. My heart slammed against my ribs like it was trying to escape. I stayed there, curled behind the kitchen island, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. My breathing came in short, shallow gasps. Rusty wriggled free and darted from the kitchen. Eventually, I gathered enough courage to peek over the counter. The face was gone. With shaking hands, I reached up and flipped the switch for the floodlight that illuminates our backyard. Light flooded the area, revealing the empty yard. Nothing moved, no glowing eyes, no strange creature. Just the familiar sight of my bird feeder, garden, and the line of trees beyond. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it hadn't gone far. The absence from the window didn't mean absence from the property. It had simply moved to where I couldn't see it, perhaps to the side of the house, or just beneath the window ledge, out of sight. I crawled to the kitchen phone and dialed Dale's cell. It rang upstairs, and I heard him fumble for it. "Elizabeth? Where are you?" His voice was thick with sleep. "Downstairs. In the kitchen. There's something outside, something watching me." Within seconds, I heard his heavy footsteps on the stairs. He appeared in the doorway, hair rumpled, baseball bat in hand. "What happened? Are you hurt?" He rushed to me, helping me up from the floor. There was something at the window, Dale. A face, with red eyes. He looked at the broken glass and spilled milk. "Stay here." Despite my protests, Dale went outside with the bat and his flashlight. I watched through the window, heart in my throat, as he circled the house. When he returned, his expression was a mixture of concern and skepticism. "Nothing out there, Lizzie. No tracks, no animals, nothing." I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of our old house. Dale stayed with me, though I could tell he thought I'd imagined it all. Maybe seen a raccoon and let my imagination run wild, but I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, after Dale left for work, I ventured outside. The January air bit at my face as I circled around to the kitchen window. The ground was cold, but not frozen, the snow having melted days before. Beneath the window grew clusters of ferns that had survived the winter chill. That's when I found them. 2 distinct impressions in the ground cover, not footprints like a person would leave, but definitely foot-like. They were about 9 inches long, wider at what would be the front, with what looked like indentations where toes might be. The ferns were crushed flat in these spots, as if considerable weight had pressed them down. Something had stood there, exactly where I'd seen those eyes. I backed away, nearly tripping over my own feet in my hurry to get back inside. Once there, I locked the door and called Dale again. He promised to come home early, but couldn't leave immediately due to an important meeting. As I waited, my mind raced back to other strange occurrences over the past few months, things I'd dismissed or rationalized away. Back in October, I'd been retrieving our morning paper from the end of the driveway. It was early, around 6:30 a.m., still dark, with just a hint of dawn coming. That's when I heard it, a sound that made me freeze in place. From across the road, deep in the woods to the south of our property, came a howl, unlike anything I'd ever heard. It started as a low moan, guttural and resonant, then rose in pitch to a wailing sound that raised the hair on my arms. It lasted maybe 15 seconds, then faded away. When I told Dale about it later, he casually mentioned he'd heard similar sounds late at night while taking out the trash. We'd joked about coyotes with sore throats or lovesick foxes. It didn't seem important then. But there was more. Just 3 weeks before the window incident, I'd made a large pot of chicken stew, one of Dale's favorites. It was too hot to refrigerate right away, and our refrigerator was too full to accommodate the large pot. I decided to set it outside on our back deck to cool overnight. The temperature was in the low 30s, cold enough to keep it safe. I covered the pot with its heavy lid and placed a brick on top to discourage raccoons or other critters. The next morning, I went to retrieve it. The brick and lid lay on the deck several feet from the pot. The stew was splattered all over, on the deck table, the sides of the pot, even on the railing. It looked like something had reached into the pot and scooped out handfuls, not caring about the mess. Whatever did it had enough strength to move a brick that I struggled to lift with one hand. At the time, I blamed it on a particularly determined bear, though we rarely saw bears in our area, especially in winter. Now, connecting the dots, a more frightening picture emerged. Dale came home around 3 that afternoon. He examined the impressions beneath the window, his face growing serious. "These weren't here yesterday," he admitted, crouching to inspect them more closely, "and they're not from any animal I recognize." That night, we double-checked all locks and closed all blinds. Dale loaded his hunting rifle and kept it nearby. We agreed to call the local wildlife officer in the morning if nothing else happened. Nothing did happen that night, or the next, or the one after that. But 3 nights later, the howling returned. It woke me from a fitful sleep around 1:30 a.m., the same mournful sound, starting low, then rising to that spine-chilling wail. It seemed closer this time, perhaps at the edge of our property rather than across the road. Dale heard it too. He was already sitting up in bed when I turned to him. "That's what you heard before," he whispered. I nodded, throat too dry to speak. He got up and went to the window, carefully pulling the curtain aside to peer out. I joined him, pressing close to his side. The backyard lay silent and still in the moonlight. Then we saw it, a tall, dark figure moving at the tree line. It stood upright, but the way it moved wasn't human, too fluid, too quick. It paused at the edge of the woods, and even from our second-story window, I could see those red eyes scanning our house. Dale released the curtain and grabbed his rifle. He headed for the stairs. "Dale, wait!" I hissed, grabbing his arm. "Don't go out there." "I'm just going to scare it off," he said, but his voice wasn't convincing. "Please," I begged. "Let's call someone." He hesitated, then nodded. We called the sheriff's department. They promised to send someone, but warned it might be a while. An accident on Route 6 had tied up most of their deputies. We waited, watching from upstairs. The figure remained at the tree line for nearly 20 minutes, occasionally moving laterally, but never approaching the house. Then, just before headlights appeared on our driveway, it melted back into the forest. The deputy who arrived, Officer Jenkins, took our report with professional politeness that didn't quite mask his skepticism. He shined his flashlight around the yard and wood's edge, but found nothing. He suggested it might have been a black bear, though he admitted the glowing eyes didn't fit. Bears' eyes reflect light, but they wouldn't appear red unless your floodlights are red, he explained. And they don't typically stand upright for extended periods. He promised to file a report and have wildlife services check the area the next day. Before leaving, he advised us to secure garbage cans and not leave food outside. Standard advice for bear encounters. After he left, Dale and I sat at our kitchen table, the same window where I'd first seen the face now curtained tightly. "What do you think it is?" I asked. Dale ran a hand through his hair. "I don't know, Lizzie. I really don't." I expected more visits from whatever watched our home, but February passed without incident. As winter softened into spring, I began to relax slightly. Maybe it had moved on to other hunting grounds. Then in early April, our neighbor Tom Blackwell stopped by. Tom lived about a half-mile down the road, an older man who kept to himself mostly. "Heard you folks had some trouble with a critter back in winter," he said, declining my offer of coffee. Dale looked surprised. "News travels fast," Tom shrugged. "Jenkins is my nephew. Said you saw something with red eyes." We nodded, and I felt a flush of validation that Tom wasn't immediately dismissing our experience. "Seen it too," Tom said quietly. "Back in 97 and again in 02. Comes around every few years, far as I can tell. Stays a season, then disappears." "What is it?" I asked. Tom's weathered face tightened. "Locals have different names for it. Some of the old-timers called it the Windham Watcher. Others have less pleasant names." "Have you ever gotten a good look at it?" Dale asked. Tom shook his head. "Just glimpses. Tall. Moves like it's made of smoke sometimes, solid as stone others. But those eyes..." He trailed off, staring at nothing for a moment. "Those eyes are always the same." Before leaving, Tom gave us some advice. "It doesn't seem to harm people, least not that I've heard. But it takes things. Food, mostly. Some folks leave offerings, meat mostly, at the edge of their property. Say it keeps it from coming closer." After Tom left, Dale and I debated what to do. The idea of leaving offerings for some unknown creature seemed absurd, perhaps even dangerous, like feeding a wild predator that would only become more bold. Yet the fear of those red eyes returning to our window, of that face peering in at me, was overwhelming. In the end, we compromised. We installed motion sensor cameras around the property and additional floodlights. We reinforced locks on doors and windows. We didn't leave offerings, but I stopped putting bird feeders out and made sure no food was ever left outside. Months passed. The cameras occasionally captured deer, raccoons, once even a bobcat, but never our red-eyed visitor. I began to think that perhaps it really had moved on, or that the increased lighting had discouraged it. Then last week, almost a full year since that night in the kitchen, Dale was away on a business trip. I woke to Rusty hissing at my bedroom door around 3 a.m. The cat's back was arched, his tail puffed to twice its normal size. A strange smell filled the house, musky and wild, like wet fur and leaves and something else I couldn't identify. I reached for my phone with trembling hands and pulled up the security camera feeds. The backyard camera showed nothing unusual, same with the driveway and side yard. But the feed from the front porch camera showed only static. It had been working perfectly when I checked before bed. A heavy thump sounded on the roof directly above me, then another. Slow, deliberate footsteps tracking across the shingles. I texted Dale, then called Tom Blackwell, my fingers fumbling on the screen. No answer from either. The footsteps stopped. Silence pressed in around me. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound. A low, rumbling sound vibrated through the ceiling, not quite a growl, but something similar. It grew in intensity until it became the same mournful howl I'd heard before, now so close it seemed to fill the entire room. I grabbed Dale's rifle from the closet, though I had only a basic idea how to use it. Rusty darted under the bed as I moved to the hallway, weapon raised toward the attic access panel in the ceiling. The howl stopped abruptly. More footsteps crossed the roof, then silence again. I stood frozen in place until dawn began to lighten the sky. Only then did I lower the rifle and sink to the floor, exhausted and drained. When Dale returned the next day, we found claw marks on the edge of the roof and a clump of coarse, dark hair caught in the gutter. The front porch camera had been physically turned to face the wall. We're selling the house now. The realtor comes tomorrow to take pictures and list the property. We haven't told her about our visitor. What would we say? That our home is being stalked by something with glowing red eyes and the ability to disable security cameras. Tonight is our last night here before we move temporarily to a hotel while house hunting in another county. All our essentials are packed. The moving truck comes for the furniture tomorrow afternoon. I'm writing this at the kitchen table, the same spot where I first looked into those terrible eyes. Dale is upstairs finishing the last of the packing. The house feels empty already, our voices echoing off bare walls. I keep glancing at the window, expecting to see that face materialize from the darkness. The curtains are open, a deliberate choice. If it comes tonight, I want to see it clearly, just once. I want confirmation that I haven't imagined this nightmare. Outside, the wind has picked up, rattling branches against the siding, or at least, I think it's branches. The motion sensor light just activated in the backyard. Something is moving out there in the dark. Story 9. The windshield wipers slapped back and forth, fighting the unusually heavy August rain. Our headlights cut through the darkness as we navigated the muddy roads leading into the garbage forest of northern Nevada. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel. Next to me, my stepfather Dale shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his excitement for our deer hunting trip dampened by the worsening weather. "You sure this is normal for August?" Dale asked, peering through the rain-streaked window at the flooded ditches alongside the road. "Not even close," I replied, downshifting as we hit a particularly steep section. Never seen it this bad before. I'd been hunting these woods since I was a teenager, but this was Dale's first trip to Jarbidge. I wanted it to go well. We'd planned this trip for months, a chance to bond, to put the awkwardness of our early relationship behind us. But as we pushed deeper into the forest, something felt off. The rain had transformed familiar landmarks into alien terrain, and darkness was falling faster than I'd anticipated. We finally reached our predetermined campsite just before complete nightfall. The rain had temporarily subsided to a light drizzle, so we worked quickly to set up our tent and organize our gear. We'd brought my old camper trailer, nothing fancy but enough to keep us dry. "Let's do a quick scout before it gets pitch black," I suggested, grabbing my flashlight. Dale nodded, and we set out to explore the immediate area around camp, checking for deer signs and getting our bearings. The ground squished beneath our boots, and the air smelled of wet pine and soil. We'd gone about 50 yards from camp when I spotted it, a pine tree, about 8 inches in diameter, snapped at a perfect 90-degree angle. The break wasn't ragged or splintered like storm damage. It looked deliberate, and the broken top pointed directly at our camp. "Dale," I called, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet forest. "Come look at this." He trudged over, his boots making sucking sounds in the mud. "What you got, Jack?" "Look at this tree. Someone, or something, broke it." Dale examined the break, running his hand along the smooth snap. "That's weird. Wind couldn't do that." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp air. "Let's try to break a similar tree," I suggested. We found another pine of comparable size nearby, and both grabbed it, pulling with all our strength. The tree bent slightly, but wouldn't break. We tried again, grunting with effort, but the flexible wood refused to snap. "Takes a hell of a lot of strength to break a living tree like that," Dale observed, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Yeah," I agreed, looking back at the broken tree. "More strength than a man has." Full darkness descended before we could investigate further. We returned to camp, made a quick dinner of canned stew heated on our portable stove, and retreated to the trailer. The rain picked up again, drumming steadily on the metal roof. Dale fell asleep within minutes, his soft snores filling our small shelter. I lay awake, listening. Something wasn't right. The forest was too quiet. Even with the rain, there should have been night sounds, insects, small animals, the distant call of an owl. Instead, there was nothing but the rain and Dale's breathing. The silence triggered a memory from a hunting trip 3 years back, in a different part of Nevada. I'd experienced something similar then. An unnatural silence before encountering what I could only describe as a Bigfoot. I'd established a personal rule after that incident: always sleep with my gun nearby. "Shit," I whispered, realizing my rifle was still in the truck. I slipped out of my sleeping bag, careful not to wake Dale. Pulling on my boots and rain jacket, I quietly unzipped the trailer door and stepped outside. The rain had intensified, and periodic flashes of lightning illuminated the campsite in stark white light. I splashed through puddles toward my truck, cursing myself for forgetting my rule. I reached the truck and was fumbling with my keys when a lightning flash lit up the entire clearing. In that split second of illumination, I saw it, a massive, hair-covered figure standing by the back of my truck. It was at least 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and moving to the right. My blood turned to ice. I dropped my keys, scrambling to pick them up with shaking hands. When the next lightning flash came, the creature was gone. I flung open the truck door, grabbed my rifle and flashlight, and slammed the door shut. My heart hammered against my ribs as I switched on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. I swept the light around the clearing, but saw nothing besides rain-slicked trees and the outline of our trailer. The creature had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. With my rifle clutched tightly in one hand and the flashlight in the other, I cautiously checked the ground around the truck. There in the mud were footprints, massive human-like prints at least 16 inches long. They were fresh. The rain hadn't had time to fill them yet. "Jesus Christ," I muttered, backing away. I hurried back to the trailer, trying to decide whether to wake Dale. Part of me wanted to share the burden of what I'd seen. But another part hesitated. What if he thought I was crazy? What if he insisted we leave, ending our trip before it began? I decided to wait until morning and see if there were more signs. I climbed back into the trailer, placed my rifle within arm's reach, and tried to calm my breathing. The rain continued its steady drumming, and Dale slept on, oblivious. I must have eventually drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake to a sound outside. Footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps sloshing through mud. My hand closed around my rifle as I sat up, checking my watch. 2:17 a.m. The footsteps circled the trailer, pausing occasionally. Then came another sound, a low, throaty breathing, like nothing I'd ever heard from a human or any animal I knew. I raised my rifle, pointing it toward the trailer wall, where the sounds were coming from. The wall of the tent suddenly moved inward, as if something had touched it from outside. My finger tensed on the trigger. That's when I realized something that made my blood run cold. The footsteps I could hear were still far from the tent, at least 30 feet away. But something was touching the tent right next to me. There was more than one of them out there. "Dale," I whispered urgently. "Dale, wake up!" He didn't stir. I was afraid to call out louder, afraid of provoking whatever was outside. The tent wall flattened again as something pressed against it harder. I could make out the impression of fingers, huge fingers, through the fabric. Suddenly a crash came from the direction of our equipment. Something was breaking things, throwing our gear around. I heard another set of footsteps join the first, and then small objects began hitting the tent. Rocks, I realized, as they pinged off the metal frame. "Dale!" I hissed again, louder this time. Still nothing. More crashes as our camp was systematically destroyed. I could hear at least 2, maybe 3 different entities moving around outside. I wanted to fire my rifle to scare them off, but fear kept me frozen. What if gunshots made them angry? What if they attacked the trailer with Dale still asleep inside? Then came a sound I'll never forget. A rushing, pouring noise like water being forced down a rain gutter at high pressure. It was right next to the tent wall. Something was urinating, the stream hitting the ground with such force that it splashed mud against the tent. No human could produce a stream that powerful. The stench hit me seconds later, an overpowering, musky odor that seeped through the tent walls. I gagged, covering my mouth to stifle the sound. The urination continued for what seemed like minutes, an impossible amount for any normal creature. Desperation finally broke through my paralysis. I grabbed the first thing I could reach, an aluminum water bottle, and hurled it at Dale while screaming, "Wake up!" The bottle hit the metal tent frame with a loud clang. The urinating creature outside made a terrifying sound, half roar, half scream, and I heard it crash away through the underbrush. The other footsteps receded as well, moving at incredible speed for something so large. Dale bolted upright, confused and alarmed. "What the hell, Jack? What's happening?" "There's something out there," I said, my voice shaking. "Multiple somethings. They've been outside for at least half an hour." Dale grabbed his own rifle, fully awake now. "What kind of something?" I hesitated, knowing how it would sound. "I think they're Bigfoot. At least 2, maybe 3. To his credit, Dale didn't laugh or dismiss me. He just nodded grimly. "Let's take a look." We cautiously unzipped the tent door and stepped outside, rifles ready. The rain had stopped, and the first hint of dawn lightened the eastern sky. Our campsite looked like a tornado had hit it. Cooking equipment scattered, backpacks torn open, contents strewn across the mud, and tracks, massive human-like footprints everywhere, some 16 inches long, others slightly smaller. "My God," Dale whispered, crouching to examine one of the clearer prints. These aren't human." "No," I agreed, "they're not." We spent the morning gathering our scattered belongings and repairing what damage we could. Neither of us suggested leaving. We'd planned this trip for months, and both of us were too stubborn to be driven off by whatever had visited our camp. That night, they came back, and the next night, and the night after that. For 12 days, we endured a pattern that became a waking nightmare. During daylight hours, we'd hunt, finding almost no deer. They'd been driven from the area by the presence of the creatures. At night, the Bigfoot would return, screaming, circling our camp, throwing rocks at the tent. Sometimes they'd stay for hours, other times just long enough to let us know they were there. On the 5th night, my friend Mike joined us, having driven up separately as planned. He arrived just before dusk, and the look on our faces told him something was wrong. "You guys look like you've seen ghosts," he said, climbing out of his truck. "Not ghosts," I replied. "Something worse." We told him everything. Like Dale had done, Mike listened without judgment. He'd known me long enough to trust that I wouldn't make this up. "So they come every night?" he asked. "Without fail," Dale confirmed, getting bolder too. That night proved his point. Around midnight we heard a series of whoops and howls from the forest edge, answered by similar calls from the opposite direction. They were communicating, coordinating. Then the footsteps started closer to the trailer than ever before. The three of us sat in silence, rifles ready. A heavy thud on the trailer roof made us all jump. Something was on top of us, its weight causing the metal to groan. Slow, deliberate footsteps crossed from one end to the other. "Jesus," Mike whispered, "it's right above us." The creature jumped down with a splash and a grunt. More footsteps circled the trailer. Then the door handle turned slowly. None of us had locked it. A critical mistake. The door swung open, and a massive silhouette filled the doorway, blocking the moonlight. The smell hit us first, that same musky, wild odor, but stronger now. The creature stood there, breathing heavily, its outline revealing a head that seemed to merge directly into massive shoulders with no discernible neck. Mike was the first to react. He raised his rifle, pointing it directly at the figure. "Get the fuck out!" he bellowed. Dale and I joined in, yelling and swearing at the top of our lungs. The creature hesitated for just a moment, then turned and fled with surprising speed. As it disappeared into the forest, we heard a tremendous crack, the sound of another tree being snapped in half. "Was that a gunshot?" Dale asked, his voice shaking. "No," I replied. "It just broke a tree, with its bare hands." The final days of our trip passed in a haze of sleep deprivation and constant vigilance. By the time we packed up to leave, all three of us were operating on pure adrenaline, jumping at every sound. As we drove away from Jarbidge Forest, the knot in my chest began to loosen slightly, but the fear, that bone-deep, primal fear, stayed with me. It's been years since that trip, and I've never returned to Jarbidge. I've never experienced fear like those 12 days. Not before, and not since. Sometimes, when it rains heavily and I hear water rushing down gutters, I'm instantly back in that tent, listening to a creature no one believes exists, marking its territory around our camp. I still sleep with my rifle nearby, a habit I can't break. And I still wake sometimes in the night, certain I hear heavy footsteps circling my house. Dale and Mike and I don't talk about it much anymore. What's there to say? We know what happened. We know what we saw. And we know that deep in the forests of northern Nevada, something watches and waits for humans to venture too far into territory that isn't theirs. I've told this story only a handful of times. Most people think I'm exaggerating or flat-out lying. Some suggest we encountered bears, or that the isolation and dark played tricks on our minds. They haven't heard the screams. They haven't smelled that smell. They haven't seen a tree snapped at a perfect angle, pointing right at their camp like a warning. A warning we should have heeded. Story 10. I felt its eyes on me before I saw it. That's what I remember most. December 12th, 2017. The date is burned into my memory like a brand. The morning air bit at my skin as I drove back from the bus stop. The heater in my old Ford pickup struggling against the unusual Louisiana cold. Jake had just boarded the school bus, lunchbox in hand, waving goodbye with that gap-toothed smile of his. I watched until the yellow bus disappeared around the bend before heading back toward our house, tucked away in the heart of Cypress Hollow. The road home cuts through 800 acres of Thorne family land. Swampland, mostly. Land that's been passed down through 5 generations. Land that holds secrets. I rounded the curve, lined with massive oak trees, their branches forming a canopy overhead, Spanish moss swaying like ghostly fingers in the morning breeze. That's when I saw it, a large doe bursting from the tree line, legs pumping in desperate flight. Something was wrong. The animal's eyes were wide with terror, nostrils flared. And then I saw what was chasing it. At first I thought it was a man dressed in black, moving through the underbrush with unnatural speed, but the way it moved, bipedal yet hunched, powerful yet fluid, struck me as immediately wrong. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the damp gravel. "Hey!" I shouted, more from instinct than any real plan. Whatever it was disappeared into the dense foliage. The doe was long gone. I put the truck in reverse and backed up to where I'd seen the movement. Morning fog still clung to the ground as I grabbed the heavy maglite from under my seat. My daddy always taught me never to go anywhere on our property unarmed, so I checked the .38 holstered on my hip, a precaution against snakes, wild boars, and trespassers. "Hello, this is private property." My voice sounded thin in the vast stillness. I stood at the edge of the trees, shining my light into the underbrush. Nothing. The woods had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, just the steady drip of dew from cypress needles. I climbed back into my truck, a chill running up my spine that had nothing to do with the December air. Whatever I'd seen, it wasn't human, not completely. And it wasn't a bear either. Bears don't run on 2 legs like that. Back at the house, I tried to push the incident from my mind. Rusty, our German Shepherd mix, greeted me at the door with his usual enthusiasm, nearly knocking me over. I went about my morning chores, feeding the chickens, checking the garden fence for breaks, responding to emails about the herbal remedies I sell online to supplement my income. Around 10:30, I decided to walk up to my cousin Martha's house to return a casserole dish. It wasn't far, maybe 300 yards up the road. I clipped Rusty's leash to his collar, though I rarely needed it. He was well trained and never strayed far. The morning had warmed slightly, the fog burning off to reveal a clear December day. Rusty trotted beside me, occasionally stopping to investigate interesting smells in the ditches alongside the road. We'd gone about halfway to Martha's when Rusty's behavior changed. His ears perked up, body tensing. Then suddenly, he bolted toward the tree line where a narrow hiking trail led down to the river, a path I'd walked hundreds of times since childhood. "Rusty, come back here," I called, annoyed. He stopped at the edge of the woods, looking back at me, then toward whatever had caught his attention. His tail wagged hesitantly, no barking, no growling, just intense focus. "Rusty, come!" He hesitated again, looking between me and the woods, before slowly trotting back to my side. I reached down to grab his collar, and that's when I felt it again, that sensation of being watched. I lifted my eyes to the tree line, and there it stood. 50 yards away, partially obscured by a young cypress, was a creature I can only describe as a nightmare made flesh. It stood upright on 2 legs, at least 7 feet tall, covered in auburn orange hair about 3 to 6 inches long. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, its arms hanging down past its waist. One hand, a very human-like hand with visible fingers, gripped a small tree trunk, but it was the face that froze my blood. Not a muzzle or snout like a bear or wolf, but a face with distinctly human features, weathered and wild, but human enough to be utterly terrifying. Deep-set eyes, dark brown, almost black, watched me with unmistakable intelligence. A heavy brow ridge shadowed those eyes. Its nose was flat and wide, and its mouth, its mouth was the worst part. Lips, human lips, thin on top, fuller on the bottom. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Rusty pressed against my leg, whining softly. He wasn't aggressive, he was afraid. The creature and I locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. A connection formed between us, predator to predator, because in that moment I wasn't sure which of us was which. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said softly. the words tumbling out before I could think. "This is my land, but you can pass through." The creature's head tilted slightly, as if considering my words. Its fingers flexed around the tree trunk. Suddenly Rusty darted away, barking furiously at something near the river, probably a water moccasin or nutria. I glanced away for a split second, and when I looked back, the creature was gone. Vanished. No crashing through underbrush, no footfalls, nothing. Just gone, as if it had never been there. But I knew what I'd seen. I called Rusty back with a trembling voice and hurried to Martha's house, looking over my shoulder every few steps. I didn't tell her what I'd seen. Who would believe me? I made small talk for 15 minutes, declined her offer of coffee, and headed back home. Rusty pressed close to my side the entire way. That night, after Jake was asleep, I sat on the back porch with a shotgun across my lap. The swamp came alive with its usual nighttime sounds: frogs, insects, the occasional splash in the water, and something else. Knocking sounds, 3 distinct knocks like someone hitting a tree with a heavy stick. Then silence. Then 3 more knocks, closer this time. I'd heard these sounds before, many times over the years. We all had. Local hunters called it wood apes playing tricks. Most folks in Cypress Hollow had stories about strange things in the swamp. But until that day, I'd written them off as tall tales. The knocks continued, moving around the perimeter of our yard throughout the night. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked for tracks. The ground was too hard in most places, but near the edge of the garden, I found something that made my heart race. A footprint nearly 16 inches long, pressed into a patch of soft earth. 5 toes. Arch. Heel. Like a human foot, but massive. I covered it with a bucket to protect it from the elements and took Jake to school. When I returned, I photographed the print from every angle, then made a cast using plaster of Paris from my craft supplies. Days passed. I kept Jake close, watched the tree line, jumped at every sound. I didn't see the creature again, but I felt its presence. Knocks in the night. Twisted branches left on our porch. Once, a freshly killed rabbit, laid out neatly beside our woodpile. At first, I was terrified. I considered moving into town, selling the property, taking Jake somewhere safe. But this land has been in my family for generations. My roots run as deep as the ancient cypresses. This was my home, and gradually I began to understand something. The creature hadn't threatened me. It could have, easily, but it didn't. A week after the encounter, I stood at the edge of our yard at dusk and knocked on a tree. 3 distinct knocks. Silence. Then, from deep in the woods, a response. 3 knocks. That was the beginning of our strange communication. I kept it secret from everyone, even Jake, especially Jake. What mother wants to tell her son that monsters are real? January came, bringing heavy rains that flooded parts of the property. One morning I found huge barefoot prints in the mud leading up to our porch. Whatever had made them had stood there, looking through our windows while we slept. In February, during a particularly cold spell, I went to the woodpile to find it had grown overnight. Fresh-cut logs stacked neatly beside our dwindling supply. No human tracks around them, just those now familiar footprints. By March, I no longer feared the knocks in the night. Sometimes I answered them. Sometimes, like tonight, I sit on the porch and talk aloud to the darkness, telling the unseen listener about my day, my worries, my hopes for Jake's future. I don't know if it understands my words, but it seems to understand my tone. It's been 8 months since that December morning. The locals still trade stories about the wood apes or the swamp booger. They have no idea that I've been living alongside one or several all this time. They've been here all along, watching from the shadows, as much a part of Cypress Hollow as the trees themselves. Last week, Jake came running into the house, eyes wide with excitement. "Mama, I saw a big, hairy man in the woods. He was watching me from the big hollow cypress." My blood ran cold. "What did it do, Jake?" "Nothing. He just looked at me. Then he put a finger to his lips, like this. Jake demonstrated the universal shh gesture. Then he left me this. He opened his hand to reveal a small, intricately woven bracelet made of plant fibers and animal hair. I should have been terrified. Any mother would be. But instead, I felt a strange sense of acceptance. The creature, whatever it is, had revealed itself to my son and offered a gift, a peace offering. "Did it scare you?" I asked carefully. Jake shook his head. "No. He seemed nice, sad, kinda." That night I went to the edge of the woods alone. I knocked 3 times on the trunk of a massive oak. The response came immediately. 3 knocks. "Thank you for not scaring my boy," I said to the darkness. "This is your home too. We can share it." No response came in words, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I left a small basket of apples and walked back to the house. In the morning, the basket was empty, and beside it lay a twisted branch with fresh blackberries woven into its fingers. I live with them now, the watchers in the woods. I don't know what they are, some kind of undiscovered primate, a remnant population of something ancient, something else entirely. It doesn't matter. They were here before us, and they'll likely be here after we're gone. Sometimes, lying in bed at night, I hear them moving around the house, heavy footsteps circling, pausing beneath windows, a soft scratching at the walls. They're curious about us, just as we are about them. They're watching over us in their way, guarding their territory, which includes, strangely enough, Jake and me. Spring is coming to Cypress Hollow. The swamp is waking up, vibrant green pushing through the winter browns. Soon, the watchers will have more cover, more places to hide from human eyes. But they don't hide from me anymore, not completely. Yesterday, walking with Rusty near the river, I saw it again. The same creature from December, I believe. It stood on the opposite bank, watching us. This time I didn't freeze in fear. I raised my hand in greeting. It mirrored my gesture, raising its massive hand. Then it turned and melted into the trees. We have an understanding now, the Watchers and I. This land is big enough for all of us. And sometimes, in this lonely stretch of Cypress Hollow, it's comforting to know we're not alone. Every night before I go to bed, I knock 3 times on the wall beside my window, and every night from somewhere in the darkness, 3 knocks answer. Story 11. I still remember the water on my skin when I climbed out of the South Saskatchewan River that day. September 1972. I was 8 years old, and the afternoon sun felt warm against my back as I shivered slightly in the breeze. Mom had packed chicken sandwiches and potato salad for our picnic at Strathcona Island Park, and my stomach growled at the thought of it. "Hurry up, slow pokes!" I called back to my family and the Hendersons who had joined us for the day. My cousin Billy dragged his feet in the sand, collecting rocks while my dad helped Mrs. Henderson with the cooler. "Daniel Fletcher, you wait for us," Mom called, but her voice lacked conviction. She was used to my boundless energy, and Strathcona was familiar territory for our family. "I'll meet you at the picnic table," I shouted, already jogging ahead. The path from the swimming spot wound through a section of woods before opening to the clearing where the picnic table sat. I'd taken this trail dozens of times before, knew every twist and turn. The packed dirt felt good beneath my bare feet as I skipped along, my towel draped around my shoulders like a cape. The first sign something was wrong came when I rounded the bend where the trail narrowed between 2 large spruce trees. The smell hit me like a physical force, rotten and thick. I stopped dead in my tracks, my nose wrinkling involuntarily. It was worse than the time our dog Rusty rolled in something dead and Dad had to hose him down in the backyard. Worse than the dumpster behind Gino's pizza place on a hot August day. It smelled like garbage and wet fur and something else, something rotten and wild. I scanned the trees, looking for a dead animal or maybe a garbage bag someone had dumped. The woods seemed still, unusually still now that I noticed it. The birds had stopped chirping. Even the insects had gone quiet. That's when I heard it. Movement in the brush about 20 feet off the path to my right. Not the light scurrying of a squirrel or rabbit, but something heavy pushing through the undergrowth. I turned my head slowly toward the sound. At first, my brain couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Among the Saskatoon berry bushes sat something massive and black. It took several seconds to process its shape against the green foliage. It was sitting there, perfectly still now, watching the trail. Not looking at me directly, but watching the path I'd just come down. The creature was enormous. Even sitting down, it was taller than my dad. Its shoulders stretched impossibly wide, wider than our kitchen table. The thing was covered in black fur, long, matted fur that looked slick and oily in patches, like it had been sweating or swimming. Its head was shaped wrong for any animal I'd ever seen, pointed at the top and sloping straight into those massive shoulders. No neck at all, just a conical head sitting directly on a wall of muscle and fur. I could see where its butt pressed against the ground, could make out the crack between what must have been enormous haunches. Its arms, if that's what they were, hung at its sides, too long and too thick. This was no bear. Bears have snouts and ears that stick up. Bears have necks. This thing had a face I couldn't quite see from my angle, but I knew with absolute certainty it wasn't a bear's face. My legs wouldn't move. My breath caught in my throat. We stood in terrible silence for what felt like hours, but must have been only seconds. Then it made a sound. The noise started low, a gurgling that seemed to come from deep in its chest. It built quickly into a rapid chattering, like teeth clicking together, but faster and louder than any human could manage. The chattering mixed with a sound like marbles being shaken in a jar, a rattling that made the hair on my arms stand up. And then, as clear as if someone had whispered directly into my ear, "Run away! Get away from here!" No one had spoken. The creature's mouth hadn't moved in any way I could see. But the message rang inside my head, urgent and terrifying. My paralysis broke. I turned and ran faster than I'd ever run in my life. My towel fell from my shoulders, but I didn't stop to retrieve it. My bare feet slapped against the dirt path as I sprinted toward the picnic area. Behind me came the sounds of movement, powerful, rhythmic crashes through the underbrush. Smash, smash, smash. The thing was moving, and it was moving fast. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My lungs burned, and my vision narrowed to the path ahead of me. The sound of my heartbeat drowned out everything except those terrible footfalls. Smash, smash, smash. When the trees thinned and I burst into the clearing, I saw my family just arriving at the picnic tables. Mom was spreading a checkered tablecloth while Dad unloaded the cooler. The Hendersons' kids were playing with a frisbee. "Mom!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. "Dad!" They turned at the sound of my voice. Mom's expression shifted from surprise to concern as I hurtled toward them. "Daniel, what's wrong?" Dad straightened up, his eyes scanning the woods behind me. I crashed into him, wrapping my arms around his waist, gasping for breath. "There's something in the woods. It's huge." I couldn't get the words out between gulps of air. "Whoa, slow down, buddy." Dad placed his hands on my shoulders. "What did you see?" "A monster," I blurted out. "In the woods. It was huge and black and furry and it told me to run away." Mom knelt beside me, her cool hand pressing against my forehead. "Are you feeling okay? You're all flushed." "I'm not sick." I twisted away from her hand. "I saw something. It was right there by the trail. It made a chattering sound, and then I just knew I had to run." Dad exchanged a look with Mr. Henderson. "Was it a bear, son?" "No, it wasn't a bear. It didn't have a snout or a neck. It was just sitting there watching the trail, and it smelled awful." "I don't hear anything," Mr. Henderson said, looking toward the woods. The trees stood silent and still. No crashing, no movement. "It was there," I insisted, tears of frustration building in my eyes. "It was right there. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" Mom pulled me into a hug. "We believe you saw something that scared you, honey, but there's nothing there now. You're safe." But I knew what I had seen, and I knew it wasn't just something that scared me. It was something that shouldn't exist. Dad walked a little way toward the trail entrance, peering into the woods. "I don't see any sign of anything, Dan. No bear or moose tracks either." I pulled away from Mom. "It wasn't a bear or a moose. It was something else." "Maybe it was just someone camping who wanted to scare you," Billy suggested, suddenly interested in my story. "Like a guy in a costume." "It wasn't a costume," I said flatly. "No person is that big." The adults shared another look. That infuriating look grown-ups give each other when they think a kid is making things up. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone now," Dad said with forced cheerfulness. "Let's eat. I'm starving." Just like that, the subject was closed. Mom handed out paper plates and Dad opened the cooler. The Henderson kids went back to tossing their frisbee. No one mentioned my missing towel or asked exactly what I had seen again. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't stop hearing that chattering in my head, or smelling that awful smell that still clung to my nostrils. All through lunch, I kept looking over my shoulder at the woods. The thing, whatever it was, hadn't followed me into the clearing, but I knew it was still out there. I knew it was real. After that day, I became obsessed with figuring out what I had seen. I checked out every book about North American wildlife from the Medicine Hat Public Library. I studied pictures of bears and moose and wolves. Nothing matched what I had encountered. When I described the creature to my teacher, Mrs. Abernathy, she suggested I'd seen a black bear standing on its hind legs, but I knew that wasn't right. This thing had been sitting, not standing, and its proportions were all wrong for a bear. My parents grew concerned about my fixation, as they called it. They scheduled an appointment with Dr. Marshall, who asked me lots of questions about my imagination and whether I had trouble distinguishing between fantasy and reality. I stopped talking about the creature after that, but I never stopped remembering. 2 weeks after the incident, Billy and I rode our bikes back to Strathcona Island Park. I hadn't wanted to go, but Billy called me chicken until I agreed. We locked our bikes at the rack near the playground and followed the same trail I'd taken that day. "Show me where you saw the monster," Billy demanded, kicking at pine cones as we walked. My heart pounded as we approached the bend with the 2 spruce trees. I half expected to smell that terrible odor again, but the air was clean and pine-scented. "It was right there," I said, pointing to the stand of Saskatoon berry bushes where the creature had sat. Billy pushed his way through the undergrowth, examining the ground. "There's nothing here," he announced. "No footprints or anything." But as he turned to leave, his foot caught on something. He bent down and picked it up. "Hey, isn't this your towel?" He held up the faded blue towel I'd dropped during my escape. A chill ran through me. "Yeah, that's mine." "So you really did run away from something," Billy said, his voice quieter now. He handed me the towel, which was damp and dirty from lying on the ground for 2 weeks. As I took it from him, I caught a whiff of something. That same putrid smell, faint but unmistakable. Billy wrinkled his nose. "What's that smell? Did something die in there?" I dropped the towel like it had burned me. "Let's go," I said, "now." We rode our bikes home in silence. Billy never made fun of my monster story again. Years passed. I grew up, graduated high school, moved away to attend the University of Calgary. The memory of that day faded, but never disappeared completely. Sometimes I'd catch a certain smell, maybe from a dumpster or a particularly ripe roadkill, and my heart would race as the memory surfaced. In 1993, I was working on my master's thesis in biology when I stumbled across an article about unusual wildlife encounters in the Pacific Northwest. The article mentioned recordings made in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California, strange vocalizations that researchers couldn't attribute to any known animal species. Out of curiosity, I ordered a copy of these Sierra Sounds. When the tape arrived, I popped it into my cassette player without much expectation. The moment the recording started playing, my blood turned to ice. There it was, that same gurgling, chattering sound. Exactly as I remembered it, the sound that had haunted my nightmares for years. I sat frozen in my apartment, listening to the recording play over and over. Someone else had heard it. Someone else had documented it. I wasn't crazy. According to the notes that came with the tape, the sounds were attributed to Bigfoot, Sasquatch encounters reported by researchers Alberry and Ron Moorhead in the early 1970s, around the same time as my encounter. I'd never connected what I saw to Bigfoot legends. Growing up, the few depictions I'd seen showed ape-like creatures that walked upright. What I encountered had been sitting down, with that strange conical head and no neck. But the sound, that distinctive chattering, was identical. After that, I began researching Bigfoot sightings more seriously. I found that many reports mentioned an overpowering stench and strange communication methods. Some witnesses even described receiving telepathic messages or feelings of dread that preceded visual encounters. In 2002, I returned to Medicine Hat for my parents' 40th wedding anniversary. After the celebration, I borrowed Dad's car and drove out to Strathcona Island Park alone. The place had changed: new playground equipment, paved parking areas, renovated restrooms, but the swimming spot along the South Saskatchewan River remained much the same, and the trail through the woods still wound its way to the picnic area. I stood at the bend between the two spruce trees, now taller and fuller than in my childhood memories. The Saskatoon berry bushes where the creature had sat were gone, replaced by new growth and different vegetation. As I stood there, a young boy around 8 years old, the same age I'd been, ran past me on the trail, laughing as he raced ahead of his family. "Wait up, Ethan," a woman called after him. I opened my mouth to warn him, to tell him not to go alone, but stopped myself. The creature, whatever it was, had been gone for 30 years, and what would I say? Watch out for the monster in the woods. Instead, I watched him disappear around the next bend in the trail, his family following at a distance. I turned to leave, but something made me pause. A faint sound reached my ears, not chattering, just the natural creaking of branches in the wind. But beneath that familiar forest noise, I detected something else. A smell, very faint but distinctive. That same putrid odor of wet, dirty fur and something rotting. My heart raced as I scanned the trees, looking for movement, for any sign of the massive black shape from my childhood. "Ethan!" I heard the boy's mother call again, her voice closer now. "Ethan, answer me!" Seconds later, the boy burst back through the trees, running even faster than before, his face pale. He nearly collided with me on the trail. "Hey, what's wrong?" I asked, steadying him by the shoulders. The boy looked up at me, his eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, his family rounded the corner, mother, father, teenage sister, all looking annoyed rather than concerned. "Ethan, I told you not to run ahead," his mother scolded. "There's something in the woods, Mom," the boy said urgently. "I heard it. It made a weird noise." His father ruffled his hair. Probably just a squirrel sport. The family continued down the path, the boy looking back over his shoulder, his mother's hand firmly gripping his. I stood rooted to the spot, the hairs on my arms standing on end. The smell was stronger now, unmistakable, and as I listened intently, I heard it, very faint but clear, chatter, chatter, chatter. I didn't stick around to investigate. Some primal instinct took over, and I walked quickly back to the parking lot, my skin crawling with the sensation of being watched. As I drove away from Strathcona Island Park, I realized that what I'd encountered as a child was still there, still watching the trails, still warning people away from its territory with that distinctive chattering sound. Some might call it Bigfoot or Sasquatch, but those labels seem inadequate for what I experienced. Whatever it was, had communicated with me directly, had projected a warning into my mind with perfect clarity. I never returned to Strathcona Island Park after that day, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep at night, I still hear that chattering sound echoing in my memory, and I wonder how many other children have run from those woods, trying to explain to disbelieving adults what they saw or heard or smelled. And I wonder, if I had stayed on that path in 1972 instead of running, what would have happened? Was the creature warning me away for my protection or for its own? I'll never know. But the memory of that massive black shape sitting among the berries, that conical head with no neck, and that overwhelming stench has never left me. Some things once seen can never be unseen. Some sounds once heard echo forever. Story 12. The late spring heat pressed down on me like a wool blanket as I stared at the crumpled map in my hands. Dad's cigarette smoke drifted through the station wagon, mixing with the humid Florida air flowing through the open windows. "We're almost there, son," Vincent Donovan grunted, his weathered hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly. "Frank said it's just up this road a bit more." I wiped sweat from my forehead and folded the map. "This ain't a road, Dad. This is a trail at best." The gravel crunched under our tires as we pushed deeper into the Everglades. I'd been dreading this job since Frank first mentioned it 3 weeks ago. 2 hunting cottages deep in Collier County needed repairs, new siding, roof patches, plumbing fixes. The kind of work Dad and I could handle with our eyes closed, but not the kind that should take us this far from civilization, especially not now. "Sarah didn't want me coming," I said, breaking the silence. "She's scared something will happen while I'm gone." Dad nodded. 7 months along. She's got reason to worry. "If we didn't need the money so bad, but we do," he cut me off. "Frank's paying double for this job. You can't turn that down with a baby coming." The trees seemed to close in around us as our wagon bounced along. We'd left the Florida Turnpike hours ago, headed west on Alligator Alley, then turned onto what Frank called an access road, but was really just a neglected strip of gravel cutting through the swamp. The nearest town was 40 miles back. "Let's stop here a minute," I said, pointing to a widened area near a canal. "Need to stretch my legs." Dad pulled over, and I grabbed my fishing rod from the back. Might as well try to catch something while we took a break. The still water of the canal reflected the cloudless sky, but I knew what lurked beneath. Within minutes of casting my line, I spotted the telltale ripples of alligator gar moving toward the shore. As I reeled in a small catch, movement caught my eye. A thick, dark shape slithered through the mud near my boots. "Water moccasin," Dad called out. I dropped the fish, drew my .22 Magnum from my belt, and fired in one fluid motion. The snake's head separated from its body, a clean shot that sent a small spray of blood across the mud. "Still got that aim," Dad nodded approvingly. "Good thing you brought the guns." "Wasn't planning to come out here unarmed," I replied, holstering the pistol. Besides the .22, I'd packed 2 .30 caliber M1 carbines, old military surplus rifles Dad had picked up years back. Never know what you'll run into out here. We arrived at the work site just after 1 p.m. The cottages weren't at all what I'd expected. Instead of the small rustic cabins I'd imagined, 2 identical 2-story houses stood before us, built on elevated gravel pads about 300 yards into the swamp. They looked strangely out of place, too nice, too permanent for hunting lodges this remote. "Frank sure didn't mention these were full-size houses," Dad said, whistling low. "Who builds something like this way out here?" "Rich folks with more money than sense," I answered, grabbing my toolbox from the trunk. "Let's get started. I want to finish as much as we can before dark. We began with the exterior of the first house, replacing rotted siding that had succumbed to the constant moisture. The work was straightforward but tedious in the heat. Every few minutes I'd stop to wipe sweat from my eyes. Around 3 I heard something moving in the brush beyond the clearing. A rustling sound, followed by the snap of branches. I straightened up, scanning the tree line. "You hear that?" I asked Dad. He shook his head, focused on measuring a board. The sound came again, and with it a smell wafted across the clearing, a strong, musky animal odor that reminded me of the pig farm I'd worked on as a teenager. It wasn't quite the same, though. This had a sharper edge to it, something wilder. Probably just a wild boar, I told myself, turning back to the siding. Place is crawling with them. We worked until the sun began to set, the mosquitoes growing more persistent with each passing minute. By the time darkness fell, we'd managed to replace most of the damaged siding on the first house. Not bad for half a day's work. Dad built a fire in the clearing while I set up our camp chairs. We'd decided to sleep in the station wagon rather than inside either house. Both needed a good cleaning before I'd feel comfortable spending the night in them. I unwrapped the bacon we'd brought and laid strips on our small grill over the fire. The fat sizzled, sending the smell of cooking meat into the night air. We ate our simple dinner in silence, the firelight casting long shadows across the clearing. That's when I noticed the sounds again. Something moving in the darkness beyond our campsite. Not the random rustling of wind or small animals, but deliberate movement, the sound of something large pushing through the underbrush. "There it is again," I said, keeping my voice low. Dad tilted his head, listening. "I hear it now. Probably that boar you mentioned." The movement seemed to circle our campsite, never coming into the light but never moving far away either. That pig farm smell grew stronger, making my nose wrinkle. "I'm getting one of the carbines," I said, standing up, "just to be safe." I walked toward the station wagon where we'd kept the rifles. The fire's warmth faded with each step, and the darkness of the swamp pressed in around me. I reached for the door handle, then froze. A prickling sensation crawled up my spine, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Slowly, I turned around. 20 feet away, just at the edge of the firelight's reach, a pair of eyes stared directly at me, not the reflected glow you'd expect from an animal. These were intelligent, focused eyes, set in a face I could barely make out in the darkness. I stood on the elevated gravel pad, while the creature stood on the ground level, yet somehow we were eye to eye. I'm 5'6", and the pad was a good 2.5 to 3 feet high off the ground. Whatever I was looking at had to be at least 8 feet tall. My hand moved to the .22 at my belt, but even as I touched the grip, I knew it would be useless. This wasn't something a small pistol would stop. If anything, it might just make it angry. The creature didn't move aggressively. It just watched, head slightly tilted, as if studying me with the same curiosity I felt toward it. What little I could see of its face in the dim light shocked me most. It wasn't animal-like at all, but eerily human, with features that reminded me of pictures I'd seen of Australian Aboriginals. Not ape-like, but not entirely human either. Its hair wasn't the thick fur of a bear or panther, but sparse, long strands that hung from its head and body like an orangutan's. "Dad!" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. "Dad, get over here! Slow!" I heard him rise from his chair, heard his footsteps crossing the gravel toward me. "What is it, Max?" he asked, then fell silent as he followed my gaze. For what felt like minutes but couldn't have been more than seconds, we all stood frozen, the creature watching us watching it. Then, by some unspoken agreement, Dad and I both turned and ran for the nearest house. I fumbled with the key Frank had given us, finally getting the door open and slamming it shut behind us. We rushed upstairs to a window that overlooked the clearing. Our campfire still burned, casting flickering light across our abandoned meal and chairs. "What the hell was that?" Dad gasped, his breath coming in short bursts. Before I could answer, the creature strolled casually into the clearing. In the firelight, I could see it clearly now. Tall, powerfully built, covered in reddish-brown hair that hung in patches from its body. It moved with an easy, rolling gait, almost like a person, but with longer strides. It approached our campfire, looked around briefly, then reached down and picked up the remaining slab of bacon we'd left by the grill. It didn't even have to bend fully at the waist. Just a slight stoop was enough for its long arms to reach the ground. Then, meat in hand, it turned and disappeared back into the darkness of the swamp. "Jesus Christ," Dad whispered. "That wasn't no bear." "No," I agreed. "Not a bear." We spent the night in that house after all, taking turns keeping watch. Neither of us slept much. Every sound from outside, every creak of branches or rustle of leaves had us bolt upright, staring wide-eyed into the darkness. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as the first grey light filtered through the trees, I went outside to look around. Dad followed close behind, one of the carbines clutched in his hands. "Look for tracks," I said, circling the area where I'd seen the creature standing. The ground told little. Just scuffed pine needles and a few broken branches. No distinct footprints, but I did notice something odd. Spacing between disturbed areas in the soft ground. Whatever had walked here had an impossibly wide stride, far longer than any human could manage. "We should pack up," Dad said. "Tell Frank we couldn't finish." I wanted to agree. Every instinct told me to get in the car and drive as far from this place as possible, but then I thought of Sarah, of the baby coming, of the double pay Frank had promised. "We can't," I said finally. "We need the money, Dad." He stared at me for a long moment, then nodded. "We work in pairs. Guns stay loaded and close, and we leave before dark, no matter what. For the next 3 days, that's exactly what we did. We worked from sunrise to late afternoon, never letting each other out of sight, always aware of our surroundings. We heard the rustling occasionally, caught that strange smell on the breeze, but never saw the creature again. We finished the job on the 4th day, new siding installed, roofs patched, plumbing fixed. As we packed our tools into the station wagon, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from the tree line. "Ready?" Dad asked, sliding behind the wheel. I took one last look at the swamp. "Yeah, let's get out of here." The gravel crunched under our tires as we pulled away. I didn't relax until we hit Alligator Alley, the flat, straight road, a welcome sight after days in the isolated swamp. "We're not telling Frank about this," Dad said after miles of silence. "Agreed," I nodded. "He'd think we were crazy or drunk." "What do you think it was?" he asked. I shook my head. "I don't know." But years later, I would learn. A local newspaper ran an article about something called the skunk ape, a creature said to inhabit the deepest parts of the Everglades, 8 to 9 feet tall, covered in reddish hair, with a distinctive musky odor. The article included a blurry photograph that sent a chill down my spine, the same imposing silhouette I'd seen that night by our campfire. Sarah gave birth to our daughter 2 months after we returned from that job. I never told her what we'd seen, and Dad and I rarely spoke of it, even between ourselves. Some things are just too unbelievable to share. But on hot summer nights, when the windows are open and strange sounds drift in from the darkness outside, I remember those eyes watching me from the edge of the firelight. I remember the casual way it picked up our bacon, the impossible stride of its long legs, and I know that deep in the Everglades of Collier County, far from paved roads and streetlights, something walks that science hasn't named yet, something that watches from the shadows, curious about the humans who occasionally venture into its territory. I've never returned to those hunting cottages. Frank offered us more repair work there over the years, but I always found excuses to turn him down. Some places are best left alone, and some memories are best not refreshed. But sometimes I wonder if it remembers us, the two humans who shared their bacon, however unintentionally, on a warm May night in 1973. Story 13. The August heat was already brutal at 6:15 in the morning when we pulled up to the job site. My pickup's thermometer read 82 degrees, and the humidity made my work shirt stick to my back before I'd even started sweating. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, staring at the derelict house through the windshield. Two-story wooden structure, maybe built in the 40s, all weathered grey boards and broken windows. The kind of place most folks would call creepy, without a second thought. "Let's get to it, boys," I said, as I stepped out of the truck. My crew, 7 guys from Union 1641, followed suit, grabbing their coffee thermoses and lunch coolers. My name's James Wilcox. I've been a carpenter for 15 years, foreman for the last 7. This job was straightforward. Dismantle this abandoned house in Ochapee and transport the salvageable materials to Gainesville for reassembly. The house had good bones, solid hardwood, and a developer with deep pockets wanted it relocated to some fancy historical district. "Trucks ain't here yet, Jimmy," said Hank, my oldest worker at 52. He checked his watch and squinted toward the driveway. "Said they'd be here by 6:30. "Gives us time to look around, get a game plan," I replied, heading toward the house. The porch steps creaked under our weight. Ray, our youngest at 22, kicked at a rotted board. "Careful," I warned. "We're taking this place apart piece by piece, not by falling through it." "Jesus, what's that smell?" said Pete, wrinkling his nose as we approached a broken basement window. I caught it then. A heavy, musty odor like roadkill left in the sun for days, mixed with something else, something I couldn't place. "Probably a raccoon died under there," said Mitch, pulling his bandana up over his nose. "Or a possum. Whatever it is, it's ripe," added Donnie, backing away from the window. We continued our walk around, noting structural points, discussing where to start. The trucks were running late, not unusual for these rural jobs, so George suggested we climb up on the roof to catch the sunrise. "Might as well enjoy the view before we tear it down," he said. We found the access through a second-floor window. One by one, we climbed out onto the sloped roof, careful to test each step on the old shingles. From up there, we could see for miles, cypress stands, scrub pines, and the occasional glint of water in the distance. The sun was just breaking over the horizon, casting long shadows across the overgrown yard. "Not a bad way to start the day," said Ray, sitting with his legs dangling over the edge. That's when we heard it. A crashing sound from inside the house, followed by heavy footsteps. "What the hell?" Hank said, standing up quickly. "Someone else here?" We moved to the edge of the roof overlooking the front yard. At first, I saw nothing. Then Donnie grabbed my arm. "Look!" he whispered, pointing toward the side of the house. That's when I saw it. I still struggle to describe exactly what emerged from the basement door. It walked on 2 legs like a man, but stood easily 6 feet tall, with a bulk that suggested powerful muscles beneath a coat of reddish-brown hair that covered its entire body. Not patchy or partial like a mangy bear, complete coverage like fur. The head was set directly on broad shoulders, without much of a neck, and though I couldn't make out facial features clearly from our angle, I caught a flash of eyes that reflected the morning sun. "Holy shit," Ray whispered. "What is that?" None of us answered. None of us moved. We just watched as this creature walked across the yard on 2 legs, moving with a fluid gait that wasn't quite human, but wasn't like any animal I'd seen either. It reached the edge of the tree line, about 40 yards from the house, and then did something that made my blood run cold. It turned around, faced the house, and squatted down on its haunches. Then it just watched us. I remember every detail of those moments with perfect clarity. The creature's breath fogging slightly in the morning air, the way its muscular arms rested on its knees, the absolute stillness of its posture that somehow communicated intelligence, awareness that went beyond animal instinct. The creature made no sound, no growl, no call, nothing, just stared at us with an intensity that kept all 8 grown men frozen in place. "Should we do something?" Pete finally whispered. "Like what?" I replied, not taking my eyes off the thing. "I don't know. Scare it off?" "You want to go down there and try?" Hank asked. Nobody moved. The standoff continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. My mind raced through explanations. A bear with mange, some escaped exotic pet. A hoax, nothing fit. Suddenly, the creature's head turned sharply to the west. Its posture changed, tensing like a spring. We heard it then too, the distant rumble of engines. Our trucks were finally arriving. Before any of us could react, the creature stood upright, turned, and moved into the tree line. I expected to track its movement through the underbrush, but after 3 steps it simply vanished. There was no sound of breaking branches, no rustling leaves, no sign it had ever been there at all. The speed and silence of its disappearance defied logic. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, despite full daylight and our perfect vantage point. "Did you see that?" Ray's voice cracked. "I saw something," Mitch said flatly. The trucks appeared around the bend in the driveway, breaking the spell. We climbed down from the roof in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. By the time we reached the ground, the 3 flatbeds and equipment trailer had parked in the yard. "Morning, gentlemen," called the lead driver, a big guy named Curtis. "Sorry we're late. Road construction on 41 held us up." I nodded, still distracted. "No problem. We're ready to get started." We unloaded the equipment, chainsaws, pry bars, sledgehammers, generators, and set up our workstation. The plan was to start with the interior, salvaging fixtures and trim, then move to the structural components. "We should check the basement first," I finally said. "Make sure there's nothing down there we need to know about." The crew exchanged glances. Nobody mentioned what we'd seen. The basement stairs creaked under our weight. The smell hit us immediately. That same putrid odor we'd detected from outside, but 10 times stronger. Donnie gagged and retreated up the stairs. The space was mostly empty. Concrete floor, cinder block walls, old shelving units. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, which I pulled on. Surprisingly, it worked, casting harsh shadows across the room. "Over there," Hank pointed toward the area beneath the stairs. At first glance, it looked like a pile of trash. Old clothes, newspapers, rags. But as we moved closer, I realized it was arranged deliberately. The fabrics formed a circular depression, like a nest. Mixed in with the cloth were clumps of what appeared to be dried weeds, dead leaves, and, most disturbing, tufts of animal fur. Some looked like deer hair, others I couldn't identify. "Something's been living down here," Pete said, stating the obvious. "Looks that way," I replied. The smell emanated strongly from this makeshift bed. I stepped closer, fighting my gag reflex, and noticed dark stains on some of the fabrics. I didn't need to touch them to know they were blood. "Let's get back to work," I said abruptly, turning away. "Leave this area alone. We'll deal with it last." Nobody argued. We spent the day dismantling the first floor, removing trim, salvaging doors, marking each piece for reassembly later. We worked efficiently, but quietly. Occasionally someone would stop and look toward the woods, but nobody mentioned what we'd seen that morning. Around noon, Ray was removing a window frame when he suddenly jumped back. "Jim!" he called urgently. I went over. "What's up?" "Look at these marks." He pointed to the windowsill. Deep scratches ran across the wooden surface, too defined to be random damage. They looked like claw marks, 4 parallel lines about 4 inches long and a 1/4 inch deep. "Could be anything," I said, not believing my own words. "Raccoon, maybe." Ray just looked at me. We both knew raccoon claws don't make marks that size. The rest of the day passed without incident. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, I noticed the crew working faster, glancing more frequently at their watches. "Let's pack it up for today," I announced at 4:30, earlier than our usual quitting time. Nobody objected. As we loaded tools into the trucks, a sound came from the woods, a single sharp crack like a heavy branch breaking. All 8 of us froze, staring toward the tree line. Nothing moved. After a moment, we resumed packing, but with greater urgency. "Same time tomorrow?" Mitch asked as he climbed into his pickup. "Yeah," I replied. "Let's stick together on the drive out." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those eyes watching us from the forest edge. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation, but deep down, I knew we'd seen something that shouldn't exist. The next morning, we arrived together, parking in a tight cluster. The day proceeded normally. More dismantling, more cataloging of materials. Around midday, Donnie found something in the wall cavity we'd just opened. "Jim, check this out." Inside the wall, pressed between 2 studs, was a clump of reddish-brown hair, the same color as what covered the creature. It was coarse to the touch, unlike human hair or common animal fur. "Put it back," I said after examining it. "Just seal it up again." Donnie looked confused. "Shouldn't we keep it? Maybe show someone?" "And say what? That we found Bigfoot hair in a wall? Just put it back." He did as told, nailing the panel back in place. Strange incidents continued throughout the day. Tools we'd left in one location would appear in another. Footprints appeared in the dirt outside when nobody had walked there. Twice, we heard rustling from the woods that stopped whenever we turned to look. By the 3rd day, tensions were high. The basement remained untouched. Nobody volunteered to start work down there, and I didn't push the issue. We focused on the 2nd floor, working our way methodically through the bedrooms. In the master bedroom closet, Ray made another discovery, a small collection of items arranged on the top shelf. A tarnished pocket watch, a child's plastic toy soldier, a woman's hair clip, and oddest of all, a dental retainer. They were positioned in a precise line, equally spaced, like someone had carefully arranged them as treasured possessions. "Souvenirs," Hank muttered. I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't need to. At lunchtime, we sat outside in a circle, backs to each other, facing outward. Nobody had suggested this formation. It happened instinctively. "We need to talk about what we saw," Pete finally said. A heavy silence fell over the group. "What's there to talk about?" Mitch replied. "We saw something we can't explain." "But what was it?" Ray pressed. "A bear? Some kind of—" "It wasn't a bear," I cut in. "We all know that." "So what then? We gonna say the word?" Donnie asked. Nobody did. "Whatever it is," I continued, "it's been living in that basement, maybe for a long time, and now we've disturbed it." "You think it's still around?" George asked, scanning the tree line. "I know it is," Hank said quietly. "I can feel it watching." We finished lunch quickly after that and got back to work, staying closer together than before. That afternoon, we finally had to address the basement. The trucks would arrive tomorrow for the first load of salvaged materials, and we needed to check the foundation before they came. "I'll go," I volunteered. "Hank, Pete, you're with me. The rest of you keep working up here." The 3 of us descended the creaking stairs once more. The smell hadn't improved. If anything, it was worse. We examined the foundation walls methodically, noting cracks and repairs needed. All the while, the nest in the corner loomed in our peripheral vision, untouched since our first visit. "We should clear that out," Pete finally said, gesturing to the pile. "Leave it," I replied. "Jim, we can't just leave it. The new owners—" "We're not at that stage yet," I interrupted. "Let's finish the assessment first." But as we worked our way around the basement, we inevitably ended up at the nest. Up close, I noticed details I'd missed before. Bits of colored glass arranged in patterns along the edge, small animal bones woven into the fabric, a plastic comb with human hair still caught in the teeth. "Jesus," Hank whispered. I crouched down for a closer look, fighting the urge to recoil from the stench. That's when I saw it, a small opening in the wall behind the nest, partially hidden by the pile of materials. It was maybe 2 feet high, a rough hole knocked through the foundation, leading into darkness. "There's a tunnel," I said, pointing. Pete leaned in. "How far does it go?" "No idea, and we're not finding out." We backed away from the nest and finished our assessment in record time. None of us mentioned the tunnel to the others when we returned upstairs. That night, I stayed up late researching local folklore. There were stories about the skunk ape, Florida's version of Bigfoot, dating back decades. Native American legends of hairy men in the swamps, modern sightings from hikers and campers. I'd always dismissed these tales as imagination or misidentification. Now I wasn't so sure. On the 4th day, our work pace accelerated. The faster we finished, the sooner we could leave this place behind. The trucks arrived at 10 to load the first batch of materials. As the drivers worked, we continued dismantling the house's skeleton. Around 2 o'clock, a sudden silence fell over the work site. The constant background noise of the forest, birds, insects, wind in the trees, simply stopped. Every man paused what they were doing, listening to the unnatural quiet. "Something's wrong," George whispered. From somewhere in the distance came a sound I hoped never to hear again, a long, low moan that started deep and rose in pitch until it became a wailing howl. It wasn't human. It wasn't any animal I recognized. It raised the hair on my arms and made my stomach clench. The truck drivers looked around nervously. "What the hell was that?" Curtis asked. "Probably just a bobcat," I lied. "They make weird sounds." Nobody believed me. The howl came again, closer this time. The forest remained deathly quiet otherwise. "We should go," one of the other drivers said, already moving toward his truck. "We're not finished loading," Curtis protested. "Finish tomorrow," the man replied. "I'm not staying here." I couldn't blame him. "Let's call it a day," I announced to everyone. "We'll pick up tomorrow morning." The relief was palpable as tools were quickly packed away. Within 20 minutes the trucks were gone, and my crew was preparing to leave. "Jim," Hank called from the edge of the clearing, "come look at this." I walked over to where he stood, staring at the ground. In the soft dirt at the forest's edge were footprints, large, bare footprints that were undeniably humanoid, but wrong in subtle ways. The toes were too splayed, the arch too pronounced, the heel too narrow. "It's been watching us all day," Hank said quietly. I nodded. "Let's get out of here." We were the last to leave that day. As I climbed into my truck, I looked back at the partially dismantled house. For a moment, I thought I saw movement at one of the upstairs windows, a shadow passing quickly out of sight. I started the engine and drove away, keeping my eyes fixed on the road ahead. That night, I called a meeting at the local diner. All 7 crew members showed up, along with Curtis, who'd heard enough to be concerned. "I've been thinking," I began after coffee had been served. "We should request a different crew to finish this job." Silence fell over the table. "Because of what we saw?" Ray finally asked. "Because of what's been living in that house," I replied. "We disturbed it. It knows us now. I don't think it's safe to go back." "So we just quit?" Pete asked incredulously. "Tell the union what exactly?" I shrugged. "Unsafe working conditions, structural concerns, whatever works." "They won't believe us," Mitch said. "They don't need to know the real reason," I countered. We debated for hours. In the end, 5 voted to continue. We needed the money, had families to support, couldn't afford to lose the job. Only Hank and George sided with me. "Fine," I finally conceded. "We finish the job, but we work in pairs. We leave before dark, and nobody, absolutely nobody, goes near that basement alone." Everyone agreed. The next day started normally enough. We arrived at 7, worked steadily through the morning. The trucks came on schedule. By noon, we'd loaded half the salvage materials. That's when Donnie realized Ray was missing. "He was helping me 10 minutes ago," Donnie said, looking around confusedly. "Said he was going to get another pry bar from the truck." We searched the area, calling Ray's name. His truck was still parked with the others. His tools lay where he'd left them, but Ray was gone. "Check the house," I ordered, a cold feeling settling in my gut. We split into pairs as agreed, methodically searching what remained of the structure. Hank and I took the ground floor, Pete and George the second floor, Mitch and Donnie the perimeter. Curtis and his drivers continued loading, but kept glancing nervously toward the woods. "Jimmy!" Hank called from the hallway that led to the basement door. "The door's open!" We'd kept it closed since our discovery of the tunnel. Now it stood ajar, darkness beyond. "Ray?" I called down the stairs. No answer. Hank pulled out his flashlight. I did the same. Together, we descended into the basement. The nest had been disturbed, materials scattered across the floor as if someone had thrashed through them. The hole in the foundation wall seemed larger somehow, darkness yawning beyond. "Ray!" I shouted toward the opening. Only silence answered. We approached cautiously, shining our lights into the tunnel. It sloped downward, disappearing into the earth. The putrid smell wafted from it in waves. "We need to go in there," Hank said grimly. I nodded, though everything in me screamed to run. "Get the others." Minutes later, all 6 of us stood at the tunnel entrance, armed with flashlights and makeshift weapons, hammers, pry bars, a length of pipe. "Ray!" I called again, my voice echoing in the darkness. "Can you hear me?" A sound came back, not a voice but a scraping noise like something heavy being dragged across dirt. "We're coming in," I announced, then turned to the men. "Stay together. If you see anything at all, yell." The tunnel was barely big enough for us to move single file, crouched over. The dirt walls showed signs of digging, not by machinery but by hand or claw. We moved slowly, our lights illuminating only a few feet ahead. After about 20 yards, the tunnel widened into a small chamber. Our lights revealed a horrifying sight. More nests, similar to the one in the basement, arranged in a circle. At the center lay Ray's hard hat, cracked down the middle. "Jesus Christ," Pete whispered. "Ray!" I called again, desperation creeping into my voice. The scraping sound came again from another tunnel leading out of the chamber. This one was narrower, forcing us to crawl. "I can't do this," Donnie said, backing away. "We need to call the police." "And tell them what?" Mitch demanded. "That Bigfoot took Ray?" "We can't leave him," I said firmly. In the end, only Hank and I continued, while the others returned to the surface to keep watch. We crawled through the narrow passage, the air growing thicker and fouler with each yard. 50 feet in, the tunnel suddenly opened into daylight. We emerged on a slope about 100 yards from the house, hidden by thick underbrush. From here, we could see the worksite, the trucks, our own vehicles. "It has multiple exits," Hank said. I nodded, scanning the surrounding woods. "Ray!" I shouted one more time. A different sound answered, the same moaning howl we'd heard before, but much closer now. It came from deeper in the forest, away from the house. Hank and I exchanged a look. "We can't track it through there," he said. "Not just the 2 of us." He was right. The forest was too dense, the creature too fast, the danger too great. We returned to the worksite and called the police, reported a missing worker, left out the details about what we'd seen. The officers took statements, organized a search party. They found nothing, no tracks, no blood, no sign of Ray anywhere. The official report listed him as missing, possibly injured in a work accident or wandered off disoriented. Search efforts continued for 2 weeks before being scaled back. We never finished the job. The union assigned a different crew after our accident. I heard later that they demolished the house instead of dismantling it, The foundation was deemed unsalvageable. I quit carpentry the following month, moved to Tampa, started a hardware store. Sometimes customers ask about the old days, and I tell them sanitized stories about interesting jobs, difficult clients, beautiful homes I've built. I never tell them about Ochapi, about the creature we saw, about Ray. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my store after closing, organizing inventory or doing paperwork, I catch a whiff of that putrid smell. Just for a second, just enough to make my heart race. And I know deep down that whatever was living in that basement is still out there in the Florida wilderness, watching, waiting, remembering our faces, just as we remember its. Story 14. The first time I heard the screaming, I thought it was a bear attacking our livestock. It was late August 1970, just about dusk, and I was frying potatoes in the kitchen of our new ranch house. We'd only been in Pendorale County 3 weeks. The kids were playing in the yard, despite my warnings about getting used to how quickly darkness fell in these parts. The front door slammed open. My 8-year-old daughter Sarah ran in crying, followed by 10-year-old Michael, who could barely speak. "Mama! Bear! Big bear!" Sarah sobbed, clinging to my leg. Thomas, my oldest at 15, burst through the door next, his face pale. "Something's out there, Ma. It ain't no bear." I grabbed the dish towel, wiping my hands. "What do you mean, not a bear?" Thomas didn't answer. He went straight for the gun cabinet, pulling out the .22 rifle his father had left behind when he walked out on us 2 years ago. "Thomas, don't you dare!" But he was already back out the door. The single crack of the rifle shot made me jump. I pulled Sarah off my leg and told both younger children to stay put. When I got to the porch, Thomas stood frozen at the bottom of the steps, rifle hanging loose in his hands. "What did you do?" I demanded. "I shot at it," he whispered. "It was standing there, Ma, just standing on 2 legs looking at us." "Bears stand," I said. He shook his head. "Not like this. It was tall, real tall, and it didn't run like a bear. It turned and walked away up the hill." The potatoes were burning. I smelled them and hurried back inside to move the pan off the heat. When I returned to the porch, Thomas was staring up at the hillside beyond our yard. Night had nearly fallen, but I could still make out the dark silhouette of the land against the darkening sky. That's when I saw them. 3 sets of yellow-green eyes reflecting back at us from partway up the hill. They were spaced too far apart to be deer or coyotes, too high off the ground, and they didn't move like animal eyes, blinking in and out as heads turn. These stayed fixed, staring directly at us. "Get inside," I told Thomas, pulling him backward by his shirt. "Now." Inside, I locked the door and drew the curtains. I served burnt potatoes and no one complained. That night, I slept with Thomas's rifle propped by my bed. The freshwater spring behind our house was what had sold me on the property. Year-round water was invaluable on a small ranch, especially for a single mother with 3 kids trying to make it work with little money. The previous owner had mentioned it attracted wildlife, but I assumed he meant deer and the occasional elk. That first encounter in August 1970 was just the beginning. For the next 3 days, we didn't see anything unusual, but at night, our 2 Dobermans would go crazy, pulling at their leashes until they nearly choked themselves. The horses kicked at their corral walls, wild-eyed with fear. Then, on the 4th night, I woke to a sound I couldn't identify, something between wood knocking and heavy footsteps on our front porch. I grabbed the rifle and crept to the window. In the dim moonlight, I could make out a massive shadow moving around the side of the house toward the spring. At breakfast, I told the children to stay close to the house. "No playing in the woods until we know what's visiting our spring." "It's a monster," Sarah whispered. "There's no such thing as monsters," I said firmly. "Probably just a big animal that's curious about us." Thomas looked doubtful. "Ma, what I saw wasn't like any animal I ever heard of." The first full month passed in an uneasy standoff. Whatever was visiting our property came most nights, circling the house, drinking from the spring. We'd hear heavy footsteps, occasional knocking sounds, and sometimes what sounded like whispered conversations, though no words I could recognize. One evening in late September, I was hanging laundry when I felt something watching me. The back of my neck prickled. I turned slowly toward the tree line and caught a glimpse of something dark moving behind a large pine. It was huge, at least 7 or 8 feet tall. I stood perfectly still, my heart hammering. "Hello?" I called, surprising myself. The thing behind the tree went completely motionless. I don't know what made me do it, but I whistled, a simple 2-note call my father had taught me for signaling in the woods. For several seconds nothing happened. Then, from behind the tree came an exact replica of my whistle. I nearly dropped my laundry basket. I took a step toward the tree and immediately heard heavy footsteps retreating deeper into the forest. When I stepped back toward the house, the footsteps stopped. That night, I told Thomas what had happened. "You think it's..." "What, Bigfoot?" he asked, his voice cracking slightly. I shook my head. "I don't know what to think, but whatever it is, it seems more scared of us than we are of it." "It didn't seem scared when it was looking in our windows last night," Thomas muttered. "What?" "Around midnight. I heard scratching at my window screen. When I looked up, there was a face looking in." "A bear? Ma, my window's 6 feet up, and bears don't have faces like that. It had eyes like a person." By the second year, 1971, we'd established a routine of sorts. The creatures, I'd come to think of them as a family, would return in late summer and stay through early November. They were most active at dusk and dawn, though sometimes we'd hear them moving around the property at night. Our animals adjusted. The horses no longer panicked, though they'd still get nervous when the visitors were particularly close. The dogs never did get comfortable, but they stopped trying to strangle themselves on their leashes every night. The kids adapted too. Sarah called them the Woods family. Michael was fascinated but cautious. Thomas kept the rifle clean but stopped carrying it around the property. One August morning that second year, I found something strange on our front porch. A careful arrangement of seed pods, all opened and laid out in a specific pattern, almost like a spiral. I left them in place, curious. The next morning they were gone, replaced by a different arrangement of pods and 2 smooth river stones. "They're leaving us gifts," Sarah declared. It certainly seemed that way. Over the following weeks, I'd find arrangements of natural objects, unusual feathers, distinctively shaped sticks, more seed pods, always in the same spiral pattern. Sometimes I'd leave things in return, an apple, a handful of nuts, some corn from our small garden. These food offerings were never touched, but when I left a smooth piece of quartz crystal I'd found by the river, it disappeared overnight. The incident with the firewood happened in our third autumn, 1972. I'd stacked a cord of wood against the side of the house in preparation for winter. One morning, I found half the stack had been moved to the front porch, arranged in a distinctive crisscross pattern I'd never used. "That wasn't me," Thomas said when I asked. "I was doing homework until bed." The next night I stayed up late watching through the window. Around 2 a.m., I saw movement by the woodpile. The yard was dark, but the moon provided enough light to make out a massive figure effortlessly lifting 3 logs at once and carrying them to the porch. The creature worked silently, stacking the wood in the same pattern as before. When it finished, it stood motionless on the porch for nearly a minute, as if contemplating its work. Then it turned and looked directly at my window. I ducked down, my heart racing. When I gathered the courage to look again, it was gone. The following morning, the entire cord had been moved to the porch, stacked perfectly. In the 4th year, I installed a yard light near the spring. It wasn't meant to scare our visitors away. I'd grown accustomed to them and even welcomed their return each year. I simply wanted to see them better. The light didn't deter them. If anything, their behavior became more playful, knocking on the house walls, followed by the sound of running feet, whistling back and forth with me in the evenings, even mimicking the sounds of our animals with uncanny accuracy. Once, they perfectly imitated the sound of our neighbours' pigs, which was especially remarkable since those pigs were over a mile away. They could produce bird calls I'd never heard in the area, and strange chattering sounds that raised the hair on my arms. The clearest sighting happened in late summer 1974, our 5th year on the property. I woke around 4 a.m. to use the bathroom. On my way back to bed, I glanced out my bedroom window, which faced the spring. There, clearly illuminated under the yard light, were 2 of them, leaning against the bank next to the spring. They were massive, easily 7 to 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and distinctly human-like posture. Their hair appeared black and almost shiny, like it was wet or oily. But it was their faces that stunned me. From this distance, maybe 50 yards, they looked surprisingly human-like, though with prominent brow ridges and wide, flat noses. They appeared to be talking to one another, though I couldn't hear them through the closed window. I stood frozen, afraid to move and alert them to my presence. Then someone, probably Michael, flushed the toilet down the hall. Both creatures immediately snapped their heads toward the house. In a movement faster than seemed possible for being so large, they vanished into the darkness beyond the light's reach. The next morning, I found a complex arrangement of seed pods, pine cones and colored stones on the porch in the familiar spiral pattern. We moved away in 1977, not out of fear, but necessity. Thomas was headed to college, and I found work in a larger town that would better support the younger children's education. The new owners never mentioned any unusual visitors, and I never asked. I sometimes wonder if our Woods family still returns to that spring each year, looking for the people who whistled back, who accepted their gifts, who eventually stopped being afraid. I wonder if they miss us, as I sometimes miss them. Those 7 years of sharing our land with creatures most people don't believe exist. They never harmed us. They never stole from us except for that quartz crystal. They seemed curious about humans who didn't run away screaming or shoot at them after Thomas's first panicked shot, which I'm certain missed. People ask me why I didn't take pictures, call authorities, or try to capture one. I just tell them I respected their privacy, the same way they respected ours. We had an understanding. They could visit the spring, and we wouldn't try to expose them or drive them away. In all those years, they never came inside our house, though I'm certain they could have broken in easily if they wanted. They kept their distance during daylight, approached cautiously at night, and left gifts that seemed designed to communicate something I still don't fully understand. Whatever name science might eventually give them, if they're ever proven to exist, to my family, they'll always be our spring visitors, who shared 7 years of our lives before disappearing back into the mystery of the forest. Story 15. I jolted awake to a sound that churned my stomach. It wasn't a scream exactly, more like a deep guttural shriek that echoed across Lake Christie's still waters. My thin, sleeping bag offered no protection against the August chill that suddenly seemed to grip the air around me. The year was 1996, and at 16, I was the youngest counselor at Pinewood Scout Camp, a remote outpost tucked away in Ontario's dense forests. Tonight I was alone in the upper field campsite, about 20 minutes from the main grounds, part of our rotation system to maintain security across the sprawling property. I sat up, heart hammering against my ribs. The sound had stopped. My first thought was practical, probably Tyler or Mac pulling some jackass prank. They'd been talking about initiating me all summer. "Very funny, assholes," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "You can come out now." Nothing but cricket chirps answered me. The moonlight filtered through the canopy of maple and pine trees, casting strange shadows across my small clearing. I reached for my flashlight, clicking it on with trembling fingers. The beam cut weakly through the darkness. Then it came again, louder, closer, and unlike any sound I'd ever heard a human make. It started as a low rumble, building into a powerful shriek that seemed to have weight and substance. It pressed against my eardrums, making my teeth vibrate. This wasn't Tyler or Mac or anyone else I knew. The sound cut off abruptly, leaving a silence so complete it felt artificial, like someone had suddenly closed a door on a roaring storm. I lay back down, pulling my sleeping bag up to my chin, even though sweat beaded on my forehead. My mind raced through possibilities: bear, moose, wolf, but none matched what I'd heard. I didn't sleep another minute that night. I just stared at the tent ceiling, clutching my flashlight, waiting for dawn. The next morning, I trudged back to the main camp, bleary-eyed and jumpy. In the mess hall, Tyler approached with a plate of scrambled eggs. "You okay, Jay? You look like shit." He slid the plate toward me, concern evident on his freckled face. "Did you guys come up to the upper field last night?" I asked, studying his expression for any hint of mischief. Tyler's brow furrowed. "No, we were all down here. Why?" Before I could answer, Mac joined us, dark circles under his eyes. "Did someone go up to the upper field last night? Heard some weird shit around 2 a.m. My fork stopped halfway to my mouth. "What kind of weird shit?" "Like screaming, but not human. Thought it might be you messing around." I shook my head slowly. "I heard it too. Woke me up. Thought it was you guys." Camp Director Roberts walked by, overhearing our conversation. He paused, his weathered face unreadable. "Probably just a mountain lion. They can sound almost human sometimes. Nothing to worry about." But his eyes told a different story. He lingered a moment too long before walking away. I didn't push it. The summer season was winding down, and within a week, I'd be back home in Millfield, leaving Lake Christie and its mysterious noises behind. I chalked it up to wildlife, weird acoustics from the lake, or a combination of both. The incident gradually faded from my memory. 6 months later, I was sprawled on my living room couch, flipping channels on a snowy February evening. I stopped on a documentary about cryptids and unexplained phenomena. Just as I was about to change the channel again, the narrator announced a segment on Bigfoot vocalizations. Researchers have recorded what they believe to be the mating calls of the creature known as Sasquatch or Bigfoot, the bland-voiced narrator explained. These recordings, captured in the Pacific Northwest, remain unexplained by conventional wildlife experts. What played next made me drop the remote. The sound, that exact same deep, building shriek, filled my living room. My mother, walking through with a basket of laundry, stopped and stared at the TV. "What on earth is that horrible noise?" she asked. I couldn't answer. My mouth had gone completely dry. Despite what I'd heard, or thought I'd heard, I returned to Pinewood the following summer, and the next. By August 1998, I was 18 and heading to college in September. This was my last summer at Lake Christie, and I'd worked my way up to senior counselor. That particular night, I was assigned to the Cub Field cabins. These small structures, used for the younger scouts earlier in the season, now sat empty as we approached the end of summer. My job was simple: stay in cabin 4, keep an eye on things, make sure no local teenagers broke into party. The cabins formed a semicircle around an open field, backed by dense forest that stretched for miles. Beyond that forest lay more lakes, more woods, and very little civilization. It was the kind of isolation that never bothered me before. I settled into the sparse cabin around 10, reading by flashlight before dozing off around 11. The window was cracked open to let in the cool night air. Sometime after midnight, a distant howling pulled me from sleep. My eyes snapped open, instantly alert. This wasn't the same sound from 2 years ago. It was more like actual howling, but wrong somehow. Too structured, almost deliberate. Then I heard it. Footsteps outside. Heavy, quick footsteps that didn't move like a human's. They had a rhythm to them that was almost like running, but with a longer stride. They were coming from the forest edge, moving across the field. I grabbed my heavy metal flashlight and moved to the cabin door. My heart pounded as I eased it open, peering into the darkness. The footsteps continued, now about halfway across the open field. I stepped onto the small porch and raised my flashlight, clicking it on. The beam caught movement about 40 feet away, and what I saw stops my breath even now, decades later. It walked upright on two legs, but it wasn't a man. It stood massive against the night sky, at least 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders that tapered to a narrower waist. Dark brown hair covered its entire body, except for the face, which I caught in profile as it moved. That face, half human, half ape, with a pronounced brow and a flattened nose. It swung its long arms as it walked, moving with purpose toward the far side of the field. I'm not sure what possessed me, but I called out, "Hey!" The word escaped before I could stop it. The creature stopped. It went completely still, then slowly turned toward me. When my flashlight beam hit its eyes, they flashed yellow, reflecting the light like a cat's or deer's would. The smell hit me then, a rancid, musky odor that reminded me of roadkill baking in the summer sun, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Wet fur, maybe, or stagnant pond water. We stared at each other across 40 feet of moonlit field. Its chest expanded with deep breaths. I could hear them from where I stood, heavy, measured breathing, not panicked or aggressive, just watching, assessing. My fingers clenched the flashlight so tightly they went numb. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but hold that eye contact for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 or 6 seconds. Then, without any change in its demeanor, it simply turned away and continued walking. Its gait was smooth, purposeful. It moved between cabins 6 and 7, disappearing into the tree line beyond. I stood on that porch for another 20 minutes, unable to go back inside, unable to chase after it. When I finally gathered enough courage to retreat into the cabin, I locked the door and pushed the small desk against it. I sat on the bed with my flashlight in one hand and my pocket knife in the other, until dawn broke. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, I left the cabin and walked carefully to where I'd seen the creature cross into the woods. The ground was still soft from rain earlier in the week. There, pressed deeply into the dirt, was a footprint unlike anything I'd seen before. It was roughly 17 inches long, with 5 distinct toes, much wider than a human foot. I placed my boot next to it for comparison. The print was nearly twice the length and 3 times as wide. I wanted to take a picture, but this was 1998, and I didn't carry a camera around like kids do now with their phones. By the time I returned with Camp Director Roberts an hour later, a light drizzle had started, softening the impression. He stared at the degraded footprint for a long time. "Probably a bear," he finally said, not meeting my eyes. "They can stand on their hind legs, you know. Mind plays tricks in the dark. I knew what I'd seen. It wasn't a bear. Bears don't walk upright across an entire field with the gait of a man. They don't have yellow reflective eyes. They don't have faces that look almost human." But I nodded anyway. "Yeah, probably a bear." Roberts clapped me on the shoulder. "Let's keep this between us, Jay. No sense getting the younger kids spooked during their last week of camp." I agreed, but word got out anyway. By lunchtime, the story had spread, growing with each retelling. By dinner, I'd apparently wrestled a 10-foot monster and barely escaped with my life. I didn't correct them. The exaggerations made my actual experience seem less real, less terrifying, and that was fine by me. I left Pinewood Scout Camp a week later and never returned. College took me to Arizona, about as far from the dense Ontario forests as I could get. I studied engineering, built a career, started a family, but I never went camping again. Over the years, I've read about other sightings in the Lake Christie region. In 2003, a hunting party reported a similar creature crossing a logging road about 15 miles from Pinewood. In 2011, the Toronto Star ran a small piece about strange footprints found near the lake. I follow these stories with detached interest, like someone tracking the movements of an old acquaintance. Sometimes, on cold nights when the wind hits my bedroom window just right, I wake up thinking I hear that shriek again, that deep, building call that isn't quite animal, isn't quite human. My wife says I still sit bolt upright sometimes, eyes wide, listening for something she can't hear. I tell her it's just an old nightmare. What else can I say? That for a few seconds, on an August night in 1998, I locked eyes with something science says doesn't exist. That I sometimes wonder if it recognized me from 2 years earlier. That I wonder if it's still out there, walking those woods between the lakes, watching other campers with its reflective yellow eyes. I don't know what I saw at Lake Christie. I just know that the Ontario wilderness is vast and ancient, and perhaps we don't know everything that calls it home. And when people ask me if I believe in Bigfoot, I don't give them the simple yes they're fishing for. I tell them instead, I believe in being careful where you shine your flashlight in the dark.